Hello there, everyone. My name is GirafaStev. Thank you for coming out to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. I am, of course, the president. Dude, if you fucking abuse that, I'll turn it off again. I'm not kidding. My name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club. I'm the long and large enjoyer of wrestling, other wrestle fixations, and my stinky wrestling. Tonight, we need to have a conversation, okay? We gotta have a conversation. We gotta have a big old conversation because wrestling took up my entire weekend this week. I'm just gonna say it right now. And I need to ask you this, chat.
Father, I am talking to you telepathically right now.
Man, wow, that's... Can we have a little less conversation and a little more action? Are you saying we get to the game, brother? Because, listen, I'm fine with getting to the game a little slower tonight, because I'll tell you this, chat. Let me tell you something, brother. I've had a very stacked weekend.
Hello, Mario.
Hi there, Bri. Welcome on into tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. Father, I'm talking to you telepathically right now. How's your vacation, brother? I mean, wait, I thought Homunculus was on vacation. He is, but he's also a telepath. So he can talk to us even when he's out in fucking Timbuktu right now. You know? Timbuktu, the land of cheese snacks, is where he is right now. And he will be there, for the foreseeable future. And by that, I mean hopefully a week. Because, well, he needs a break. I don't get a break, though. Not if I want to get to 1,000 followers this year. But I'm happy to be here with all of you tonight.
Big Homunculus is watching you.
making sure I don't say the wrong thing. Big style. But yeah. He deserves that vacation. Honestly, he does. But I don't get one. Because over the past day, actually no, over the past few days, I've watched an unbelievable amount of wrestling. Because, well, last week was WrestleMania week. And of course, WrestleMania week means a lot of things happened in, you know, just a few days. I watched AEW Dynamite, where Darby Allin won the title.
On vacation is another name for I got put in internet jail for those problematic rantings and threats I made against Pablo.
Listen, you may call it, God, what the fuck is it? You may call it paid leave. I call it vacation, brother. But no. Over the past week, I watched AEW Dynamite, where Darby won the title. I watched CMLL at the Palms, Death Vegas Invitational, Josh Barnett's Bloodsport 15, Joey Janela's Spring Break, Effie's Big Gay Brunch, The Immortal Clusterfuck, and WrestleMania Nights 1 and 2. For all intents and purposes, chat, I am sick. I am sick of the graphs. I should not be here right now. But I can't stay away, chat. Much like Yuji Nagata, this right here is why I can't walk away from this sport. Because now I am left with only one question. Anyone be sick after watching WrestleMania? Well, yeah, but like, listen, that right there accelerated the process. Going in, I was already kind of like just spent, because at that point I've already watched like five different shows, you know. But I will say that if you were to ask me which show, in fact, chat, let me ask you, what show do you think was the best one during WrestleMania week, if you watched anything besides Mania? Because if I were to stake my claim on any show, the best show of the weekend was without a doubt GCW's The Immortal Clusterfuck. Because, listen, The Immortal Clusterfuck is my new favorite match of all time.
Father's affinity for watching big meaty men slapping each other's meat never gets old for him.
It really never does, brother. this shit means something to me. And it meant the most to me when I was watching the Immortal Clusterfuck. Because the Immortal Clusterfuck was the final show on GCW's The Collective. And it consisted of 2 matches. A deathmatch cage match, as I'll call it. That's very eloquently put. For the GCW Ultraviolent Championship. And then after that was a 2.5-hour battle royal, aptly named the Immortal Clusterfuck. And this match had a little bit of everything. It had good wrestlers, it had cult favorite wrestlers, it had comedy wrestling, it had spots that you would never see in any other context. Like, there were, like, people in, like, dinosaur costumes in this match, chat. Like, you know, the inflatable ones that you see, like, everywhere now. 3 of those guys came out, and they were treated as entrants in this battle royal. And all I gotta say is this. The moment that the dinosaurs came in, and they were eliminated by a wrestler named Sleepy Ed, after he Tajiri spat NyQuil in their faces, that was it. Like, that was the nail in the coffin.
I hope we see Mr. Frog at WrestleMania next year.
I mean, you know, with Smiling Friends open, I'm sure he has an open schedule. So, Immortal Clusterfuck seems like the name that should have been given to this year's WrestleMania. Well, listen, if you want, like, proof that modern wrestling is alive and well, do yourself a favor and watch the Immortal Clusterfuck. It's 2.5 hours. The Battle Royal itself is like 2.5 hours, but never in my life have I had more fun watching a single wrestling match than I did with the Immortal Clusterfuck. I maybe knew about 10 people in that Battle Royal, 3 of them being the inflatable dinosaur costumes, and I still walked away from it completely and utterly satisfied. I was never once bored during it. I popped for a lot of things I didn't think I would pop for. It was peak. Did Joe from Catering enter the Battle Royal in that Immortal Clusterfuck? Maybe Joe from Catering was playing one of the goddamn, inflatable dinosaurs. But I didn't quite see him there. Maybe he wanted to show up in style, brother. And really, for a match like that, for the grand finale in what was a crazy week in indie wrestling, a week that featured the retirement match of the Sandman, where he wrestled the Invisible Man, along with the first televised match of Brody Lee Jr., where he took on Joey Janela, and actually looked incredible for everything that he showed. It was an amazing week, frankly, and honestly better than Mania, both nights of it, because the Sandman retired by getting buried in sand. Well, I mean, I don't think he got buried per se. Hold on just a second, chat. The dog's barking. Let me go and see what he wants. In the meantime, here's some commercials for y'all. Oh yeah, by the way, we're doing SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 tonight.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Thank you, Homunculus.
Don't take it personally.
Oh God. Enjoy this.
All right.
Mom!
I know. They can.
Hey, Mom, check out Toby's new trick.
Oh my, Toby! No! Make him stop!
Time to get your carpet cleaned? Call today about our $99 special.
Call 1-800-STEAMER. Stanley Steamer gets carpet cleaner.
You squeeze, you roll, you press. Now your bathroom looks a mess. And why is it impossible to get out the last drop of toothpaste? There's got to be a better way. Introducing Touch and Brush, the hands-free toothpaste dispenser.
Well, Chad, I think you figured out what the dog's doing in that commercial.
With virtually any size tube and secures easily onto any surface in seconds without any tools. Watch. Press on the airtight suction cups. Insert your favorite toothpaste, then pop on the cover. There's no electric or batteries to replace. It's that easy. Touch and Brush neatly dispenses the perfect amount of toothpaste in just 1 second every time. So now sticky bathroom sinks are a thing of the past. The secret is our patented technology. As the toothbrush gently pushes the pump arm, vacuum force pulls fresh toothpaste from the tube and dispenses it right on the brush. The best part is Touch and Brush uses every last bit of toothpaste, so there's no struggling for that last drop. Then when you're done, simply place in a new one, and you're ready to touch and brush again. Tired of the kids leaving behind a morning mess? No problem, because now it's easy and cool to brush before school. You can even apply toothpaste with just one hand. Amazing! Touch and Brush looks great with any
Straight up,
decor.
straight up brushing your teeth with jellified piss.
Coochie coochie coo. He so has your peanut butter.
Well, he's got your jelly.
She was straight up brushing her teeth with gelled piss.
God damn it.
Crazy good.
But no, chat. I feel like that there's a lot of sentiment right now that modern wrestling isn't really great. I'm just watching the picture-in-picture. Dude, that shit's restaurant quality. Don't you know? I'll give everyone a minute to come back.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Well, chat, good news. We have no ads for over an hour. Ain't that some shit? But yeah, chat, we could talk about WrestleMania, you know, like while we're kind of setting up tonight's stuff. But I need to make sure that we're all on the same page here, right? I need to make sure that we're all on the same page because we are in the worst possible timeline now, chat. In our wrestling universe right now, in universe mode, right? We are in the worst possible timeline. And what I mean by that is, take a look at our champions, right? Our current champions, as they stand right now, are as follows. We have John Cena as the WWE champion, Chris Jericho as the US champion, the Straight Edge Society as the tag champs, Melina as the Divas champ, which is honestly pretty based. Jack Swagger. Jack,
well, we've been in the worst possible
Swagger
timeline since 2025.
Is the world heavyweight champion. Dolph Ziggler is the IC champion, and Michelle McCool is the women's champion. Jack Swagger took the world title off of Christian, and John Cena took the WWE title off of MVP. So really, we have probably the worst champions from this era. What's more, the Premier Men, MVP and Mark Henry, broke up because during a match with Ted DiBiase Jr., Mark Henry came in and cost MVP the match. What's even worse than that is Ted Jr. won the match with a botched coup de grace.
Father, I'm just like John Cena now because you can't see me.
That's very true. That's very, very true, man. But I would rather see you in the studio with me right now, at ringside, than see John Cena in 2011 as the champion. Okay? So right now, the question is, who the fuck is going to take the belts off of these guys? And moreover, what will become of MVP and Mark Henry? Because I'll tell you something for nothing, chat. We have an incredible duo of matches here that are going to start us out here tonight. Because we have The Miz with Chavo Guerrero, the new #1 contender to the United States Championship, taking on MVP with Rey Mysterio in his corner. Cena feels less egregious than Swagger. He does feel less egregious. Like, out of the two, I want Swagger to lose more. And with The Undertaker going up against Jack Swagger at Extreme Rules, I think that's pretty likely. Dude, I can't... Dude, I cannot believe in Mark Henry. Not after, you know, everything that he did to MVP. Because not only did he betray him, he also made him lose to Ted Jr., which is honestly unforgivable. But yeah, we're gonna follow a couple things here. The first thing is we're gonna follow the careers of MVP and Mark Henry for a little while. And also, we're going to see who can take the belts off of the current world champions. Because honestly, this is not how I wanted this. Yeah, that's, Ted Jr. is a Deadlock reference. Speaking of references, you guys should fucking take a look at the gear that I made for The Miz. God damn it, dude, I misspelled massive balls. Shit. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Here, we're gonna put him in the black and gold attire. The massive balls. Stev is putting out a bounty. I don't know why the homunculus didn't catch that. Stev is putting out a bounty on Swagger and Cena to get their belts off of them. For $1 million. $1 million. Seth MacFarlane's Ted Jr. Seth MacFarlane's Ted even handled Ted Jr. All right, hold on. Because again, we're not gonna play the matches here. We're just gonna sit back and watch them. Okay. Dude, Seth MacFarlane's Ted could even handle Ted Jr. well, evidently, as we've seen, MVP is no match for Ted Jr., who, by the way, is number 4 in the WWE title rankings, which is just obscene. At least Miz doesn't look like a Jersey Shore Naruto anymore. What, like in real life or in this game? Both? I'm willing to say that you mean both. Alright, hold on. Alright. Here we go, chat. Let's do this. First match of the night, it is MVP versus The Miz in his massive balls inspired gear.
Accompanied by Chavo Guerrero.
Accompanied by Chavo Guerrero. Dude, Chavo Guerrero's been on a tear recently. Like, he fucking pinned MVP twice in one night. He won the #1 contendership for the US title.
Raw rolls on after oh shit.
Yeah, his normal ring gear makes him look like a Jersey Shore Naruto, especially with the headband. But no, yeah. I mean, like, recently it feels like that he's kind of done away with that. But even then, I'm pretty sure that's a callback because, like, The Miz had spiky hair, like, you know, towards the beginning of his WWE run, especially when he was on ECW. Oh, come on! Especially when he was on WWE ECW. DIY member, The Miz.
159 pounds. Montel Von is pulled.
This right here is from when he was with fucking Logan Paul, brother.
VP.
Either that or when he was feuding with him, because apparently there was a feud about The Miz's nuts, and I don't understand what that was all about. But I just looked up his gear. Recipes to Miz's balls, forever cursed by Dan
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Keeves. How are you doing tonight? I mean, I guess, like, while we're on the subject of Danhausen,
it's almost time for a 3-minute Old Slice invisible spray break, my dudes.
Old Slice invisible spray? Dude, why is the slice old? It's been left to sit and rot. So much so that it's become invisible. Doing okay. My sleep cycle took a big hit after Mania, but other than that, I'm okay. What about you? Well, right now, we're watching an incredible match. in Columbus, Ohio, it is to kick us out, to kick us off. The Miz versus MVP. MVP, of course, coming off the back of not just losing the WWE title, but also be betrayed by his best friend ever, Mark Henry. I meant Old Spice. Oh, I know what you meant.
King, what must the Miz be thinking about as we get started? Well,
also, how is the how's the stream quality right now, chat? Are we all right? I recently got a new GPU and I had to make a few adjustments. I had to make a few adjustments to things in order for tonight's show to happen. So stream's looking good, literally.
Are you surprised at all?
Everything looks great. Okay, great.
Well, no.
Audio's all right.
The Miz has already made most people wish his parents had never met.
We all good on the audio? Because really, that's my biggest hang-up right now.
An MVP.
Yeah, audio's good. Okay, good.
Miz into the headlock.
Same thing with my mic.
And he sends him flying to the outside.
Yeah, like you would think that, you know, getting a new GPU would make it so that your, you know, capabilities expand. But as it turns out, I had to disable some plugins in order to make tonight's stream competent. You know? I had to, like, disable tonight's stream to make sure it's competent. Oh, fucking shit, dude. No! MVP! Oh! John Morrison! John Morrison's here! Oh, shit!
What should MVP be looking to do now, King?
Well, as the big man, he needs to get his weight.
He's going for
MVP, the big man?
He's got him down for the pin.
Oh my god! Oh my god, no! Dude, we're gonna have double distractions here! We're gonna have 6 fucking distractions here. Dude, I can tell you what's gonna happen here. Rey Mysterio's gonna get thrown out, and then Morrison's gonna get thrown out, and then MVP's still gonna eat the L. Alright, I've had it! Dude, Chavo is just straight. No! MVP, you need to kick out, dude. Dude, if you don't kick out, this is gonna be straight up embarrassing. Ref's going on a road rage, I know. And we're not even on the road. You can actually hear the ref's voice for this game. That's epic. You sure can, dude. They recorded whole lives for him. Dude, if MVP loses to The Miz in his My Balls Are Massive gear, I'm actually gonna throw shit.
And this plan appears to have backfired.
Dude, no kidding. 1, 2, 3. Dude, that's shit. That fucking sucks. Well, that fucking stunk. What do you mean? Dude, MVP looks like a fucking chum. That was like Booker T losing at Mania ×5. Who booked this? I don't know, but I'm restarting the match. I don't know who booked it, but I'm restarting this match. I am straight up restarting this fucking match because what the fuck was that shit, pal? I am straight up resetting the match.
He's putting those educated feet to good
But if the same thing happens, we're just gonna let it ride. That was 2. That was 6. No. That was 2 people. A combined 6 ref distractions, and he still didn't kick out. Side note, I wish there was a bullshit redeem chant. Ah, no. Dude, there should be a bullshit redeem chant.
The Miz has already made most people wish
The show was double taped, lol. Yeah, this match was recorded twice. Look out. Here comes the MVP.
Look, on the run he's been on, he's probably not thinking at all about the possibility of losing. The Miz has to be getting under his skin now.
But no, the Miz. Listen, if the Miz loses this next one, we're just gonna let it ride. But if MVP also loses this, we will let it ride as well, because I'll admit that not letting the bullshit ride, it kind of defeats the purpose of what we're doing here. So, oh right, Raw's the B show to superstars for fucking sure, brother. You fucking know what's up.
Looks to be playing some mind games here.
MVP, this right here is why you don't have your belt anymore, dude. Why? Why would you do this?
Monday Night Raw, live and in high definition.
Like, dude, look at this. You're gonna, like, eat his signature, and then once again... What the... I literally thought he was gonna do, like, a Scorpion Death Drop there for a second. MVP, fucking come on, man.
Miz, hard kick to the gut.
Dude, that's it.
Oh, mama!
John Morrison's gotta come out here, and he needs to fucking do his stuff.
Uh-oh, Miz!
Don't waste your second chance. I'm afraid he's gonna waste the second chance, brother.
Listen, at any moment, that size advantage is going to come into play, and then this one's all but over.
That size advantage... Dude, what are you talking about?
You think of those battles the Miz went through with Cena King.
What are you talking about?
And changing the Miz's mind and making him more aggressive.
Well, you're right about that. Those matches with John Cena elevated the status of The Miz. Not just amongst the WWE fans, but in the locker room as well.
Get out!
Where the fuck was Morrison? God damn it.
God damn it! Dude, the homunculus is on vacation, and even he thinks this is bullshit.
2, 3.
Like, look at that. The ref is slapping MVP's arm. Like he's fucking punishing him for not kicking out. Alright, well that fucking stunk, dude. Dude, like, imagine you're MVP in this situation. What do you do at this stage? Exactly.
Father, what on earth am I watching on USA Network?
You're watching some grade A television there, dude. Madam! Thank you very much for following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Hopefully you're doing well tonight, my friend. Some are born to fight. Some are born to fly. Some are born to lose to the Miz 2 times in a single night. Okay, hold on. Dude, are my tits broken again? Hold on just a second. I don't know why shit ain't... OMG, I forgot to follow... I forgot to follow you. Where? Oh, it's alright. Hopefully you're doing well. But now we fast forward to our next match here, which is, of course, Sexay Yete. He's getting ready to fly. He is. Alright, let's see. R-Truth won against the Hart Dynasty. Alright. I'm good getting things set up for tomorrow. Sick. We're all set up for a night of rip-roaring action here. As Mark Henry and Zack Ryder take on the Sexay Yete and a mystery tag team partner. I'm actually really excited to see who this could be. Okay, but what are the rankings here? John Morrison and R-Truth's friendship has gotten even stronger. Dude, MVP is fucking stinking it up out there. Like, look at this. Ted Jr. is higher than Rey Mysterio, Triple H, MVP, and The Miz. Like, I don't know how to tell you this, chat, but this needs to change. But only MVP can change it. I can't step in and change it for him. Oh, God. Hold on. Dude, Zack Ryder has a higher overall than Mark Henry. Here, Mark Henry has higher. Here, Mark Henry has new attire now. And then we had the Sexayete and a mystery partner. Gee, this takes me back to WWE in 2010. Cold sweats. You may remember the Sexayete from SVR 2010. Well, he's back. And he has a bone to pick. With Mark Henry. Should go Mark Henry chat. I gave him a whole new entrance too. Because I figured that the smiling and jolly entrance for him wasn't really cutting it anymore. So here's his new entrance. It's hell yeah, Yeti! The Sexayete, in fact.
Weight 418 pounds. He is the world's strongest man, Mark Henry.
Bro literally just has the Great Khali's entrance now. Because again, I felt like that having him come out all jolly and happy wasn't really in the spirit of what we needed now. But yeah, Mark Henry betrayed MVP last week, and now he's here tagging up with his new friend, I guess, Zack Ryder.
Hello, Mario.
To take on an old rival in the Sexayete.
Hello, Mario.
I see Yete's again, his heart. Mark Henry, you say. I do, in fact, say Mark Henry. Hi, Ollie. Ollie, he's so cute. I love my little Ollie. Even though he's not by my side right now. Also, hi Fluffy and Patch. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Yeah, Mark Henry's found a new friend, it seems, in the form of the Long Island Iced Z, Zack Ryder. Yeah, you're right. This gear is pretty boo-worthy. Dude, what the fuck is this gear? Honestly, you know, I fuck with it a tiny bit just for how weird it is. Man. Hello there, Matt Cardona. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, the Sexayete's coming out now. With music and a new partner. Maybe. Let's see. Who is the Sexayete's partner, chat?
I thought this might happen. There's no way he was going to find a partner.
Oh, never say never, brother. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat! Ricky the Dragon Steamboat is teaming up with the Sexayete here tonight on Raw. Wow, what a pull!
First pinfall or submission.
The Sexayete knows that Mark Henry is a big old piece of shit. He's always been a big piece of shit. So now he's bringing out the big guns to come and take care of business. Well, let's see if the Sexayete can even get Ricky Steamboat into the ring, because it's not really gonna matter too much if the Sexayete can't fucking tag him in.
Well, I guess
wow.
Eat my words, Michael. Not only did he find a partner, he found a great one.
No fucking kidding. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat coming out of retirement here tonight to tag with the Sexayete Junior. With the Sexayete Junior. Wow. Okay, cool.
Ouch. Look past the ring.
Alright, well, Mark Henry is fucking already taking it to Ricky Steamboat here. Big old Beal. Okay. Okay, well, this incredible match continues. In picture-in-picture. Hold on.
Now it's time to play FOF Speed Round. Here's how it works. We have 3
And like every
genres
episode of
left:
Raw, here's an
racing,
ad break a
sports,
minute into
and
the
puzzle.
match.
We go through each list of games,
I mean, listen,
comment
man.
briefly on each title, and you have to guess which title is our favorite from
Is
that
it better
list.
or worse than all the ads at
Full
WrestleMania
reviews
this
are
year?
available on our website. Ready, set, go. Racing, R4 Ridge Racer. New and easier cornering controls, plus nice graphics. Star Wars, Episode 1 Racer. Doesn't quite feel like 600 miles per hour as advertised. Micro Machine 64 Turbo. Steering is weird. Graphics too simple. Penny Racer.
It continues in picture-in-picture.
User-friendly create-a-track mode. Extreme G2. Awesome graphics, lighting effects, and course designs. Roll Cage. Awesome lighting effects, but often very
You know what?
frustrating.
Right here, we're getting the
Formula
authentic
One
Raw
98.
experience.
This
Fucking
game
Ricky the
might as
Dragon
well be
Steamboat out here, and we
Union
still
Cause
need
Racing, The
Gitsy.
Return. And lastly, Chocobo Racing. Mario Kart for kids, but much better than Penny Racers. And the top game is, surprise, surprise, Extreme G2.
I need to make it like really tiny up here. Okay, cool. Okay, alright, cool. Right, cool. We're back to Raw, baby. And it looks like the Sexay Yede is back in this match with Zack Ryder. Okay, okay, for a second there, I literally thought that Mark Henry just let Zack Ryder high and dry. Mario Kart for kids. What do you mean for kids? It's already for kids. Dude, also saying that that Chocobo Racing is Mario Kart for kids? Dude. Dude, that's like saying that fucking, like, Spark the Electric Jester is freaking Sonic the Hedgehog for kids.
Goes behind.
You know?
Now with complete control. He makes the tag.
Like Sonic's already for kids. Or like saying that like
Always has game plans for his
like that
matches.
one like video of like the digital Japanese horse race horse racing that gets more absurd as it goes on.
The dragon
Like that right there is My Little Pony for like kids. Right? Whereas MLP is already for kids. You know?
Superstars are unloading on each other.
Man, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat going to work here on Mark Henry. Oh no! Oh no! And Ricky held in place by Zack Ryder. Oh, okay, and he lets him go, surprisingly.
Shot to the back of the skull.
But yeah, Chad, what did you think of WrestleMania this year? Because, I mean, I'll be honest with you, right? I'm kind of in the camp where it's like, even if WWE put on, like, you know, objectively the best show they could have, it would have been very hard to win me over.
And he gets the tag.
But I will concede, I will accept defeat. CM Punk and Roman Reigns was a good Night 2 main event. However, everything else was either mid to bad, I feel like. And then you just take into account all of the ads in there, and the fact that they let like a crypto bro sit in for like one of their matches, not even say anything. He's just sitting there, you know? Like they just say, oh hey, we got this fucking guy. Like they don't even say what he is. They don't say like what his occupation is. They don't say why he's there. He's simply there, you know? Punk should still be champ, technically. What do you mean? WrestleMania was a mixed bag, in my opinion. First half was meh, second half is slightly improved, meh. I would say first half was just straight up bad. Because, like, it executed because, like, it... Rather, it had a rancid main event that had rancid execution with rancid build. And, like, everything else... and, like, everything else preceding that was just not really all that good. So... Roman used the steps on Punk. That's using a weapon.
Defeat off the WWE Universe.
Did they use a... Or did he use this... Sorry, did he use, like, the stairs on him, or did he just, like, throw the stairs at him?
Will it be? One, two.
Oh, no way! Ricky Steamboat gets the win for his team. Sexay Yeti and Steamboat win the match here, chat. Incredible work from these two legends.
I love a good tag team match, and this...
Incredible work. All right, well that leads you to another question. Is this an official tag team, or is this a one-off thing? Let's see. Sexay Steamboat. I don't know, I didn't watch the product. It's just one of those days! The Sexay Yeti and Ricky Steamboat formed a tag team! Holy shit! Okay, but we need a name for this team, chat. What is the name of this team, chat? Sexy Steamboat. Dude. This right here is base as fuck. Wow. I wanted peak, and that's exactly what I got. I wanted the peak, and that's what I got. Here, if we think of a better one, I'll put it in. How about this? This. Given how he's the dragon and we're the Sexay Yeti. Fire and freeze. There you go. There you go. That right there's your tag team. Wow. What an incredible fucking debut for this team. Knocking off Mark Henry and Zack Ryder in their first match together. Now, where does that put them in the tag team rankings? Fire and Freeze are number 6 in the tag rankings. Dude, that's incredible. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure why the fucking tits isn't working tonight. I'll need to do some troubleshooting. Sorry about that. And then we have number 1 contendership match, probably for the WWE title. And Bautista is probably facing Cena at Extreme Rules for the belt. What an incredible episode of Raw, if you remove the fact that fucking MVP got squashed by The Miz. Oh, dude. What? Wow. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to watch the entirety of this show. I kind of want to watch all of Superstars here. We have Yoshitatsu versus Goldust. I'm gonna make this into a hardcore title match. The Druid versus David Otunga. And a tag team match. Evan Bourne and MVP take on Zack Ryder and Mark Henry. Mark Henry and Zack Ryder are giving it another go, and MVP trying to potentially find another tag team partner, a replacement of sorts, to, you know, continue on without Mark Henry in his corner. Again, I'm not gonna lie, chat, I kind of want to watch all of Superstars here. This looks base as fuck. Here. Hold on. Here. Here, I gave him some new attires too. Custom match. I feel like I need to like make this a custom match first. No. I do not want to save. I do not want to save my... I don't want to save my SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 data every single time. That's fine. it will be a tables match. Pitting Yoshitatsu. Actually, hold on. First we need to put Goldust in there. Attire 1. Title match. It's for the hardcore title, of course. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I see Yoshitatsu come up, I pop huge style for him. I pop tremendously for him. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Hardcore Championship in a tables match. Pitting Goldust against Yoshitatsu. Right here on Superstars. This shit right here is why Superstars is the A show. Come and check it out, chat. Big old booze for fucking Goldust after he turned heel on Finlay during you know, the initial draft week.
Is to place your opponent through a table. And it's for the Hardcore Championship. And introducing...
Do you maybe want to do that again, old Tony?
Hollywood, California, Goldust.
Old Hollywood, California, Golden Man. Absolutely. I'm not a fan of how, like, not shiny his suit is in this game. Because in real life, I always remembered his suit being, like, incredibly shiny. You know? In this, there is a little bit of shine, but it's not enough, I feel like. Also, you can't change the color of his makeup. You can only change the bodysuit. Which is a little upsetting. I probably would have given him, you know, something that's like a tribute to his, you know, like AEW attire.
Hardcore Champion, Yoshitatsu.
Someone fucking at Red Cold Ritsu right now because his boy's on TV. Yoshitatsu's live and in living color on Superstars in a tables match. I'm a little worried about Yoshitatsu's chances here, chat. Former tag team partners here in Goldust and Yoshitatsu. Even though they were only like tag partners for like, I don't know, for like the final episode of WWE CW.
Look at the goal.
But it's still, listen, it still counts. It still counts. All right, here we go. For the Hardcore Championship, it is a tables match.
We kick things off with a bang here tonight on WWE Superstars. Michael Cole.
Speaking of tables, chat, I'm never going to not find it really corny that there are Slim Jim ads on the tables.
There's the suplex.
Like, I don't think I would have been as miffed about WrestleMania if it wasn't so goddamn monetized. Because if you want stats, I'll give you some, chat. I'll give you some. What? Okay, cool. Dude, Yoshitatsu's fucking ace. But no, I'll give you some stats.
He's in big trouble.
On WrestleMania, there were like several matches that went less than 8 minutes, right? Overall, there was just over 2.5 hours worth of wrestling across all 3 nights. For comparison, WrestleMania 40 had only 1 match that went less than 10 minutes. And meanwhile, every match had a fucking sponsorship. Every single, you know, at the end of every match, there was a friggin' ad break. There was weird tie-ins. There was fucking gambling ads there too.
He's putting those educated feet to good use.
Like I saw an ad for what was, I think, Chupa Casino. And at that point I was just like, dude, this shit's cooked. Like, we are not coming back as a as a collective from this, and I don't know if we can.
You looking forward to Smackdown tomorrow night?
Not until TKO fucking just sells the company, because I feel like that's eventually what's gonna happen.
To make this even more violent.
There's a lot of meeting, anyways, like a lot of back and forth here over just a singular table.
Goldust squeezing down on the head.
And that one hurt his
But no, when I take away,
look out!
Goldust goes
rather when I take away my feelings on Mania, you know, Mania, whoa! Ah, I literally thought he was gonna like plant his feet through the table and that would have been it.
Again, this is for the Hardcore Championship.
It sure is, Jerry. It sure fucking is. Now you know what? If Yoshitatsu could get his shit together and maybe start wrestling the match, I would like that quite a lot.
Need to do, King?
Well, this guy's so quick, he just needs to get that motor going and start flying around the ring. He's got wood.
Well, pff, okay. Phrasing.
I'm not intimidated by many men, but then again, Goldust is a bit different than most men.
Yeah, but he's one of the toughest superstars in WWE.
But is he tough enough to win the Hardcore Championship?
Goldust gets leveled.
Is the question.
There's no disqualifications. That weapon is about as legal as a headlock.
He's got wood.
You hear how his leg connected?
Dude, phrasing.
Ooh, devastating.
I really don't want Yoshitatsu to lose the Hardcore strap here tonight, chat. I'd be so sad. Please.
Goldust is always embroiled in controversy in the WWE.
I mean, him winning the belt here would be pretty controversial, I'll say. Dude, Yoshitatsu's about to get... Oh, hey, hold on.
Yoshi's going to be able to get himself out of this one. Ooh.
Big strikes.
Unmitigated power.
But immediately Goldust just lays him out. And lays him out again. He lays him out again with three big strikes. Dude, at this point, he's just toying with Yoshi. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
And Tatsu comes up with a great counter.
Dude. Yoshi.
Oh, and he lands that one right to the head.
Goldust.
Yoshi. Donald Glover. I need you to play. Oh, what? What was... Huh?
Yoshitatsu is
Chat.
so fast and so quick with his offense.
Chat, what happened there? Because, like, I don't really think that I don't think I quite really processed what I just saw. 4 heavy strikes! Dude, they went out there and they said, hey, let's try and work an All Japan match. It's fucking Superstars, it's the A show. We gotta work it like it's All Japan.
Oh, right to the
Screaming at my screen right now. No fucking kidding. I was about to say, can we like pick up the pace here?
Superstars will give everything they have to win here tonight.
Like Yoshi, it's a freaking title match. I need you to show a little more urgency here, bud.
Oh.
It's Superstars. Come on. Come on. It's the A show. I need you to show a little bit more than this.
Ow, what an elbow.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. He may just make a fool out of me. Okay, well, he's not making a fool out of me.
Oh, man.
He's definitely not making a fool out of me, chat. Oh, shit. But yeah. If I were to remove WrestleMania from the equation, I think that WrestleMania week was overall a slam dunk. Not just because of the clusterfuck, but also because of just like all of the shows I watched during that time. Because every show on GCW The Collective gave me something different. The New Japan Death Vegas Invitational, that had sort of like a good mix of like hardcore and just kind of like, you know, just like a good like melding pot of things.
Goldust.
Even if the feed cut out during the tag match and made me miss half of it, like that was fucking shit. But you know, besides that, I got to see Nick Gage do like deathmatch stuff. Hey, Marion, watch out! Shattered dreams, Dude, there was like no protection there. Like he didn't hit the turnbuckle. He just kicked Yoshi square in the deck.
I can't believe everything that's transpired.
That's how you know it's fucking strong style, dude.
Wow, that axe handle.
We're over here working the King's Road style on Superstars.
Nice counter by Yoshi.
Yes.
Controlling the arm.
Yes, he got hit. Dude, he got hit in the nards and he's selling the head.
And Goldust hits the ground.
But no, I watched the Death Vegas Invitational. I watched CMLL at the Palms as well.
Always brings a lot of energy with him to the ring. This
Which, what the, oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, you spin me right around. That
Goldust now and very
that shit was, dude, that shit was spinning around like a damn Beyblade. What was that? That table was spun around like a freaking Beyblade.
Goldust,
but no, I watched CMLL at the Palms, and if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know if it was my best, I don't know if it was the best first time introduction to CMLL. I feel like I need to watch their like Arena Mexico and Tuesday Coliseum shows in order to get the true CMLL experience. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Dude, they are fighting over this one table. This right here has been big. Dude, and Yoshitatsu.
Yoshitatsu squeezing down.
Showing, you know what? I can fucking hang with the strong strikes too.
Yoshitatsu.
Yoshi, what are you doing?
In the past, how resilient he is, how capable he is of taking punishment and bouncing back.
Oh man, that knee looked painful.
Come on, Yoshi.
Yoshitatsu has the headlock.
Yoshi, I need this from you, brother. I need this from you, crazy style. This is stressing me out, LMAO. Save! Wait, he's going up top! Woo! Senton!
As he hits the senton.
Dude, Yoshitatsu. I mean, Michael Cole just said it. He can bounce back, and that's what we're seeing right here. We are seeing the comeback of Yoshitatsu right here. But he's got to put him away, dude. He has to stop messing around, and he has to put him away.
And again he exits.
Oh no, and he's bringing the steps in. Dude, this is fucking Superstars, baby.
This could be over quick.
What the? Okay. Big ol' ADHD from friggin' Yoshitatsu.
Always shows a lot of respect towards his opponents.
And he demands respect in return.
Okay. Yoshi, I need you to fucking lock in, dude. I need you to stop shaking your head. I need you to lock in. Nice.
And Goldust hits the ground.
Big ol' big ol' bicycle kick. All right.
Yoshi.
Ah! What the? Oh, katana! Katana kick. Okay. Yoshi, wow! Whoa! Dude, did you see how like Dustin's face connected with the steel steps?
There's a veteran counter by Goldust.
Dude, I would not be surprised if that was the end of the match.
Controlling the waist.
But I need someone to fucking get the table set up already. Wow.
Another clubbing blow.
But no, this right here is stressing me out, Chad. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yoshitatsu is still so young in his
That would actually be such a sick finish to a match. I know.
Stand out and succeed is so important. I don't know what's gonna happen here.
What the? Oh no. I'm pretty sure they forgot it's a tables match, chat. I'm pretty sure they forgot that we're supposed to be working a tables match.
Yoshitatsu into the headlock. And he hits the drop kick. What impact. Caught.
Yeah, like at this point we're just spamming signatures and finishers. Oh, nice.
Yoshi.
Yoshitatsu nearly took his head off. Oh, that did it.
Please set up the table.
Under the rules of a no disqualification match, the referee.
Oh no, he's not done yet, dude. Oh no. Ah! Dude, on the back of the head to Dustin Rhodes. Wow. What the? What's he doing? Oh, okay. I literally thought he was about to, like, just, like, toss him onto the steps. Yoshitatsu displaying a lot of dominance. He certainly bounced back, but he needs to put it away.
Goldust counters.
You know, before that happens.
Watch it. That was like a freight train.
Lots of big fucking strikes in this match, chat.
What a battle.
Between freaking two of the best strikers in the Fed.
Anything goes match. And he gets leveled.
No, can one of you, like, set up the table already? Or did we just forget that this was a tables match?
Hard kick to the ribs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we forgot that this is a tables match at this point. This is not turning out how I wanted it to. And you know what? The fucking steel steps. I mean, like, dude, you had a perfect finish right there. Oh, okay, but friggin' Goldust didn't forget that it's a tables match. Hold on. Goldust did not forget that this is... Ah! Goldust did not forget this is a tables match.
And the boot connects with the abdomen.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, this shit's stressing me out. I need Yoshi to lock in here. If it's the gorillas hooting and hollering, dude, I would be too. Ow! And he freaking tweaked the knee on the steel steps too. Not dude, on Yoshi's back too. He's gonna be plucking out splinters when he gets back there. He's gonna be plucking out the splinters when he gets back there. Oh no. Okay, I was about to say fucking Goldust was stuck. Why? Why? Just fucking set up the table, you dingus. Set up the table. Okay, thank you. Alright. Alright. I'm pretty sure the end's in sight, chat. The end is near. The end is near. Come on. Come on. Yes! Oh boy!
Oh man! Someone's gonna be...
Woo! Yoshitatsu is still the hardcore champion. Yoshitatsu. After a hard-fought match there, like neither of these guys held anything back. This is Superstars. Now this is Superstars, baby. And still your hardcore champion.
Here's your winner and still the hardcore champion.
Father, I am changing the channel. Superstars really went downhill after WrestleMania. Speaking of which, I will miss Brock Lesnar retiring. Suplex City is eternal to the Long Boy Club.
Don't you fucking put words in my mouth, dude. That man can walk away and stay retired for all I care. Dude has a weird case and he's shit in the ring now. He can stay retired. Like, even taking the weird shit out of the equation, are we just forgetting that he came in, you know, like at the start of the 2010s and did nothing but stink up the show for an entire decade? Like, we talk about, like, oh, well, Roman won the title, and now we're just not gonna have the belt on the show for months at a time. Like, Lesnar was the poster child of that. And and now we're saying that we're gonna miss him? I certainly will not. Like, he was super one-known in the ring. He stunk up the show for you know, over a decade. And he ended the Undertaker's streak in a really abysmal match, honestly. Everything he can do, there are at least 5 other wrestlers in modern wrestling that can do it just as good, if not better. And you don't have to practice complete dissociation from the product in order to fucking, you know, enjoy them. Who do you think should have broken the streak? Because I have thoughts. Not Brock Lesnar, I can tell you that.
A submission match.
Okay, I feel like Otunga's... I feel like this is basically a give me for David Otunga, if I'm being honest with y'all. Because Druid is 55. Oh man, dude, I should have given him the pink gear again. That would have been sick. No, definitely not Lesnar. I mean, I'm trying to think of guys who were, like, big in the WWE at around that time, right?
David A-List Otunga.
Edge thought it should have been Roman. I mean, like, listen, if you were gonna have him beat Undertaker at Mania 33 in a vain attempt to get him over, then, you know, that's one way to fucking do it, I guess. But I wouldn't have done it because that would have been a big waste. Because if you wait until Mania 3 at, like, the height of Roman fucking sucks, we don't want this guy, then it would have been a waste. It would have been a bigger waste than Lesnar. But, in all honesty, it probably should have been a guy that could have used it. Because I'll tell you who didn't need it. It was Brock Lesnar.
There's the bell, and it won't sound.
I mean, honestly, my headcanon is better. I think that the Control R beating the Undertaker streak at 26 is the right move. Because now, the Control R is a giant star. You know?
Well, you have to target a body part.
I mean, think about it. We've seen him on one shows. On one show since the start of Universe Mode. So, suck on that. In a winning effort, I'll have you know, against, I think, again, David Otunga. But no, I'm pretty sure this is a gimme for David Otunga.
Any type of strategy.
But no, like,
use in this type of match?
Well, you have to focus on a body part.
I think it should have been Bray, but if not him, then I'd say CM Punk because that storyline was so freaking good. It made me believe he could beat him. I would probably say Punk or Bray. Yeah. I think those are both pretty good shouts. Punk less so than Bray, because by that point, Punk was already a multi-time world champion. Whereas, like, Bray had really yet to kind of establish himself in the minds of WWE fans. So if anything, I would probably say that Bray's probably your best possible option. That or someone that you just want to rocket to the moon. Maybe like a Cesaro or something.
That's gonna be huge. I can't wait.
Like, fuck it. If you're not gonna give it to Bray,
oh, mama,
I would give it to, like, someone that you plan on really strapping the rocket to for like the next 10 years. Maybe like a Cesaro or something.
These submission matches are so physical. I mean,
I don't want to say it, but maybe Sheamus.
You have to absolutely punish them before you even think about locking.
Although Sheamus was also a multi-time world champion by that point too.
Ouch!
Or if you really want to just kind of, you know, make it like a big, you know, like all-timer of a moment, like, you know, one of the all-time greats versus another all-time great. Maybe give it to someone that Taker has a lot of history with. Maybe not Kane because, well, listen, Kane and Undertaker have almost never been good in a match together.
He drops the elbow.
Everyone likes the idea of them, but the moment that you put them in the ring together, they are the drizzling shits.
Seems to be the focal point of this attack.
So maybe someone like a... I mean, at that point, it probably should have been Triple H, right? I want to see what Reddit thinks about this. I shall investigate. Yeah, go back to, like... Yeah, go back to Reddit and see, like, what people were saying on there. Because I want to know what everyone else thought. Rather, you know, like, or, like, who everyone else thinks should have, like, them, broken the streak. Personally, I think that Druid should have broken the streak. I feel like that would have been really fucking sick as shit.
As there are no countouts. And there's the elbow.
But no, like, are we just gonna memory hole that, like, everyone hated Lesnar and everything that he did in the product for over a decade? Because I refuse to let that be memory hold. Everyone hated him, and rightfully so. Because he was the epitome of what everyone hated about modern WWE. Like, he wasn't there for the weekly shows. He only wrestled part-time. We didn't see the world champion for weeks on end because of him.
A textbook reversal. Can he follow up?
He was super one note in the ring.
No, that's concrete, damn it.
Like, I refuse to let us forget that.
Playing around.
I think he's through playing around. What? No.
No. Look at the ring.
Dude, are you kidding me? What led to this? What? Oh my god, the Nexus implodes here on Superstars. What? Okay. Well, fuck. Before the Nexus could even have a single match together, they broke up. Man, this game hates your creative tag teams. I know. They all, like, dude, they always get broken up. You can't have shit in this game, man.
What an elbow drop. Drops it.
I mean, not like it matters because it's David Otunga, 82 overall versus 55 overall Druid.
This match is still going on, but it's got to be academic here.
Yeah. I mean, like, after that attack.
Power and aggression behind that move.
If I were the Druid, I would be fucking dead now, dude. Oh my god. The fucking cape, or rather, like, the freaking robe is, like, engulfing him. Someone said John Cena should have beaten him as a heel turn. That's awful, dude. Like, why would that be a heel turn? I mean, maybe, like, you know, just how they book it. Oh, by the way, chat's broken. Hold on. Okay, well, we need to do some investigating then.
Here's your winner, David Otunga.
Now, let's be honest. This one wasn't even close.
Oh, yeah. That was about as far from an even match as you could get.
Just completely burying the Druid. That's fine. For some reason, my text didn't show up initially. That's weird. Dude, your sentence ends with evil Superman, and I'm already, like, just completely tuned out. What? What? David Otunga is still in the Nexus. What? Okay, well, hold on just a second. David Otunga, enemies with Wade Barrett. Enemies with Wade Barrett, but he's still in the faction. Cool, very, very nice. How long until we see David Otunga in the goddamn, in the title picture, chat? Alright. Again, I kind of want to see this one play out, considering that this... There's a lot of story here, chat. There's a lot of fucking story. Black and gold. Got black and blue right here. There's a lot of story in this match, chat, and we're gonna watch it. This is Superstars. Someone else said Vince should have done it, and I'm closing Reddit. What? Okay, so apparently they said this about Cena winning against The Undertaker. I would have had Undertaker interfering in a match where Cena loses his chance at the title. Next week, Cena comes out all, "Guess it's my chance to try and beat the streak. It's my honor." Taker comes out and destroys him. Squash level. He makes it clear that he isn't looking for a good match. He's tired, he's old, but he's a fighter. He cannot just walk away. He needs someone to put him down, and he doesn't think that Cena has that in him. This leads to the match at WrestleMania, where Cena gets more and more aggressive until he realized himself that he's just toying with Undertaker. After the third, now unneeded FU, he covers Taker with a single foot. As he walks away laughing, Cena has finally transitioned to his ultimate form, Evil Superman. That is very flimsy. That is incredibly flimsy writing, I will say. I hope that guy never gets a job at WWE. Like, dude, honestly, I feel like it should take I feel like it should take 5 FUs to put The Undertaker away. Especially with how legendary the streak has become. Like, I feel that is perfectly warranted. You know? It should be at least 5 FUs. Maybe also like an STFU too. To like fucking put The Undertaker away. Evan Bourne's theme is still banging, I see. Dude, for friggin' real. He's coming, chat. After a frankly humiliating loss to The Miz on Raw, here he is on Superstars.
At 259 pounds, Montel Vontavious Porter, MVP.
MVP has a chance at redemption here, chat. He may have had the most humiliating loss of the week against The Miz on Raw, but that doesn't mean he can't win here tonight against his rival, Mark Henry, on Superstars. But if he's gonna do that, then he needs to lock in. And who better to lock in with than that side L, Evan Bourne. And again, Mark Henry and Zack Ryder taking another crack at teaming together here. I didn't think the game would match them up twice. Like, you know, like at all. The mods at Blue Sky need to get their shit together. They absolutely do. Bad news, 17's Blue Sky's glitching out again. This time no one seems to be able to see any images. I mean, that's what happens with 30% of your code. Actually, no, I'm thinking about Microsoft there. I mean, that's what happens when your code is written by fucking AI and Claude. So, you know what? You get what you fucking deserve, brother. You get what you deserve. And there he is. There he is, without the red gear.
At 418 pounds, the world's strongest man, Mark Henry.
So if either of these two teams become a tag team after this match, I think we need to make sure that they have matching gear, right? I feel like matching gear is kind of a must.
Evan Bourne looking to set a quick pace for his team.
Like, if there's one thing I don't really like about this era of WWE, it's that literally the tag teams are just thrown together, you know? But that doesn't mean we need to make them thrown together. We can put effort into it if we want, and I would like to put some effort in. Oh my god. Ah, no.
You can see the arrogance exuding from Zack Ryder.
No, the mods at Blue Sky do need to get their shit together.
Evan Bourne.
But listen, man, I mean, like, you're dealing with a mod that once cooled off their phone by dunking it into a lake.
With his high-flying offense,
I don't think we're really dealing with, like, the best minds in the universe over here, if I'm being honest with you. Nice.
That was ugly.
No, dude, he made contact. Fuck you.
Watch it. That was like a freight train.
I'm sorry, but Evan Bourne made contact there. I mean, you could be Shining Wizard and you just make sentons to the outside and land on your tailbone every time. Like, that's definitely something you could do.
Down on the head. Zack Ryder told me before that no one truly knows what Zack Ryder is capable of.
Well, right now he's showing me a lot of what he's able to do.
Zack Ryder.
He's got those Maven drop kick. dude, what I'm seeing from Zack Ryder is he has the Maven drop kick.
And he's caught.
Oh no. Dude, can MVP like come in and like do something? Anything? Are we just gonna keep Evan Bourne isolated here in the corner? Oh hey, hold on.
Think about how important this main event is in building momentum.
Yeah, like Evan Bourne needs to like tag out to MVP here real fast. By the way, chat, I don't care like how the universe mode books this. I feel like we need to have MVP versus Mark Henry at Extreme Rules in some form or fashion.
In phenomenal condition. It looks like he hasn't had carbs since 2006.
He desperately needs to make a tag here. And he tags out.
Boy. Oh boy. Oh shit. Dude, we may begin the friggin' we may begin the stare down here soon. We just might get the stare down here soon.
They lock up.
I'll be so hyped for this. Oh my god. Holy shit. Dude. Check out my melody.
Henry's in trouble.
Wow! Big old suplex from MVP.
If you haven't done it yet, check out WWE.com.
Dude, I am locked into this. I don't know about you.
Henry.
I don't see him anywhere, chat. I don't see my Henry anywhere.
What a decapitating lariat. Henry.
That'll make your arm tingle.
He almost took his head off with
MVP,
that lariat.
right now you're showing why you friggin' lost the WWE title, dude. I need you to lock in here.
Well, he just got moved over here to Monday Night Raw, so it'll be exciting to see how he does.
Wait. Who got moved over here to Monday Night Raw?
I never understand why Mark Henry resorts to such brutal.
Was it friggin' MVP?
World's strongest man. What does he got left to prove?
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I need MVP to win this, dude. Redeem yourself.
Henry goes behind.
You have been on an abysmal losing streak for quite a bit, MVP. You need to get your shit together.
Mark Henry anyway. That was unreal.
Big old backbreaker to MVP.
A vicious elbow drop delivered with a lot of force.
Yeah, so far Mark Henry is just having his way with his former tag team partner, including a massive headbutt. Oh, but MVP's coming back. He could be coming back here, chat. You know, if he can throw out a strike worth a shit.
Henry controlling the arm.
But unfortunately, that's not what we have. Instead, we have a Beal to from one corner of the ring to another.
Use the word evil lightly.
Well, there's the pin. Can his opponent kick out?
Two.
Oh, dude, I literally thought that Evan Bourne's ring entrance was about. Oh no, the ref's down.
The official's out of
Oh my god. Okay, well, are they going to take advantage of this?
MVP, such a determined superstar, really toughened up, in his words, early on in his life.
What? Okay, cool. and Zack Ryder's back in this.
Hello, Mario.
Is back in this match. Are you booking, son? A little bit here and there, if I think it's fun.
We got a tag.
Okay, cool. And then immediate tag out to Mark Henry. Oh, Evan Bourne died. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, that's what you came into? The death of Evan Bourne?
When you talk about ability, you need to talk about Evan Bourne. This young superstar has such incredible balance and speed that he's easily one of the most athletic competitors in the whole WWE.
What? Okay. Okay. Evan Bourne kind of holding his own with Mark Henry here. But can he make it last enough to get the win? He was so over in WWE around this time. You know, given how Evan Bourne was in Rey Mysterio... Okay, cool. Given how Evan Bourne was in Rey... Okay! Dude! Make up your mind! This friggin' CPU cannot make up its mind. You know, given how he was on SmackDown in Rey Mysterio's story... Should we, like, put him back on SmackDown, or no?
Pay off or what? Zack Ryder with the arm.
Like, I don't know, man. Intercontinental Champion Evan Bourne sounds fucking awesome to me. Evan Bourne with the Intercontinental title sounds awesome to me. I mean, we drafted, like, you know, MVP over to Raw because he was on Raw in Cena's story.
In my opinion, the meanest thing about Ryder is that outfit. I mean, that's just painful to look at.
That's very, very true. It's crazy.
Oh!
Every single night is WrestleMania for him. With friggin' gear like that, every night is WrestleMania night. Dude. No.
Zack Ryder always has game plans for his matches.
Dude, this is oh, Chavo Guerrero. Chavo Guerrero is in this match. What?
And now he's back out on the apron.
Oh, Chavo. Oh, MVP breaks it up in the nick of time. But wait. Why is he costing Mark Henry the match?
Evan Bourne has experienced
I'm sorry?
all over the world, something which he puts to good use in the WWE. And he finally gets out of the ring.
Can someone please explain to me why Chavo Guerrero is trying to cost Mark Henry the match?
And he's in there trying to get something going for his partner.
Evan with a great counter.
And there's the count. Evan Bourne.
Wait, what do you mean there's the count? Dude, Michael Cole and Jerry Lawler cannot keep up with this match, Chad, I'm afraid.
And now he's back out on the apron.
I'm afraid that they're struggling to keep up with this match.
One.
Oh, no. But Zack Ryder just too fast, dude.
Back out on the apron.
No, Chavo actually over here, not in Mark Henry's
It's almost
corner.
time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
How's that to say, dude? That right there's a universe mode specialty. Just having 4 crazy athletic guys. This match would go wild. It would. In real life, this match would have gone crazy.
Hey,
style.
wait a minute. This isn't Here You Dynamite Live on TBS.
There's the tag, and he's ready to roll.
Oh, no way. Dude, Evan Bourne hot tag? Oh, shit. And Zack Ryder. No way. Evan Bourne. No. Evan, what are you doing?
An aggressive shot.
Evan Bourne, what are you doing, man?
And now he's back out.
Chavo going crazy on Ryder outside too. I know. Like I don't understand the CPU logic here. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, a little intimidation there.
But this has been a crazy main event. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a much better like tag team match than I thought it would be. If I'm being honest with you.
There's the tag.
All right, MVP looking for the win against Zack Ryder here.
Zack Ryder caught all of that one.
A sharp elbow drop.
Nice.
Hello, Mario.
MVP.
What's up, Parker? We're over here trying to get the gas going on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Evan, you need to, like, break that up, bud.
Just in the nick of time.
Why? Dude, again, we were seeing Chavo win because of Mark Henry last week. Why? Why is he costing him the match now? I want to keep this to the true WWE experience. I need you to make it like 50 minutes of ads per hour, Stev. You fucking got it, dude. We do have a commercial break coming up here in a few minutes, so lucky you. I have something prepared. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be prepared and it's going to be really intrusive, and it will maybe put fucking Slim Jim ads on the tables. I don't know about that yet. No. What? Dude, that right there is Dustin's move. What?
This is it. Here he goes.
No.
Zack attack.
Okay, well that right there was dog shit right there.
And the ref starts the count. One. The referee getting involved now. And he finally gets out of the ring. And there's the
what?
And the ref starts the count. The referee getting involved now.
Dude, the calls are changing with every single thing that happens here. And Chavo Guerrero no longer a factor in this matchup, chat. I love giving Ras a half quarter by watching 3 minutes of ads, and you know I am very appreciative of that half quarter. Chavo Guerrero no longer a factor in this matchup, as Zack Ryder continues to go to work on him in the turnbuckle corner.
Wow, what a drop kick!
Yeah, Evan Bourne and MVP are just getting dismantled by Zack Ryder specifically in this match. You can call him the Miz because he came to play.
And again, the mind games are played.
Yeah, friggin'
Evan
Evan Bourne is just getting his shit rocked here, I feel like.
That'll do some damage.
Nice.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
This is a very sad state of affairs here for the faces.
Henry.
No!
And Henry just
I was about to say, we need that rope break, brother.
2, 3, 4. A grazing shot there.
No, I thought that he was gonna get counted out, dude.
And now he's back out on the apron.
No way. No way. Is he gonna try to pin off of this?
1, 2, and he breaks up.
Oh no, and he would have probably gotten it if friggin' Zack Ryder wasn't there to break it up.
Did you hear the impact from that clothesline? A suplex like that takes a lot of power and delivers a lot of impact.
I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I'm getting close to skipping this. I assume most of the stream has been this match. It is not actually. Another L for MVP right here as Zack and Mark Henry win the match. But I guess at the very least, MVP didn't take the fall.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Alright, well, we're gonna see what's up with all this here when we come back, chat. More like LVP. I know, right? What a loser. Okay, I need to see the news here first before we go to break. New team! Zack Ryder and Mark Henry have formed a tag team. Mark Henry defeated Evan Bourne in what was a David and Goliath victory. Alright, well... Are we sure that Mark Henry is not Goliath? and Evan Bourne is not David. Because I'm pretty sure that in the story, David was the
It's
small
break
one.
time.
and
Where are
Mark
the
Henry was
cheaters,
the
my
large
dudes?
one.
You're about to be mesmerized. It's here. It's wild. It's sweeping the nation.
It's Fushigi, chat. And while that's happening, I'm gonna go ahead and do something here.
What it is, but it's the coolest thing ever, and I can do it.
Hi, I'm Tim Goey, and this is Fushigi.
It's Fushigi, chat.
Secrets of Fushigi, the magic gravity ball. No strings, no tricks. Magic.
You know, they said they're gonna show me how to unlock them, but they didn't really do that, did they?
In midair with maneuvers like the prayer cross, the enigma, levitation, and so many more. It floats, it levitates, it will confuse the senses with its mind-blowing movements. Young or old, big or small, anyone can fushigi from the minute they
I'm
pick
over
up
here
the
cooking,
magic
chat.
gravity ball.
When you come back, it's gonna be awesome.
Conquer fushigi.
I remember getting one of these for Christmas. It was cracked. Dude, was it cracked out of the box? That's so sad.
It's relaxing, even therapeutic.
Like, what the fuck is magical about this, Tim Goey?
It's awesome.
I was promised magic tricks, and all I have is shattered dreams
Even control
right
more
now.
than one fushigi at a time. You can do this. Mystify, amaze, and confuse your friends in just minutes.
Now it's your turn to master Fushigi.
Sushi!
It's sick. It's so much fun. I love it.
It's amazing!
I love it!
Me too!
My grandson, he's 16, he would love one of those. I want to buy it now.
Fushi.
Call now to order Fushigi, the magic gravity ball, for only $19.99. And when you order, we'll send you a free DVD that will teach you everything you need to know to unlock the secrets of Fushigi. Just pay processing. Call now.
It was also like 2013. Dude, again, that's shit. That's shit from a butt. I'm sorry about that. Alright, we got the fucking matching gear for... Oh god. This looks, Chat, when you come back, I've got something incredibly scary for you. I have something very scary for you for when we come back. Just gotta wait for the ads to end. I mean, when you got your cracked Fushigi, did you think it was pretty magical or not? FIFA ad, one of the few companies I like less than TKO.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
There you are, chat. Here's your fucking crazy ass gear for Zack Ryder now that both him and Mark Henry are a tag team. What do you think? Oh, not magical at all. They made me do a scavenger hunt for it. I was annoyed as hell. Ah, dude. Imagine that they had a scavenger hunt for that shit and then it comes out busted as fuck. Imagine going through all that effort as a kid only for that to happen. You'd be so upset. I'm upset for you, honestly. I'm upset for Kid Soul. That was such a shitty Christmas party. Aw, I'm sorry. As a kid, I was like 20. Oh! Well, okay, but imagine that you're a kid, you know? Okay, so this right here tells me that it's Zack and Mark Henry. So, just for clarification, I'm doing this. And Mark Henry. They are now Zack Henry and Mark Henry. This right here is the canon now. Just so no one gets confused. I really, really wish that you could change, like, their sexual chocolate got the bro. Dude, he's now a true broski. Alright, and here's SmackDown. Ah, dude, I kind of want to watch this one. I kind of want to watch Undertaker just push fucking Jack Swagger's shit in with the Hell's Gate. But first, we got Cody Rhodes and JTG. Cody Rhodes lost. JTG won. Kofi Kingston, Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre wins. Finlay versus Sheamus. Finlay wins against Sheamus in a big ol' Irish versus Irish match. And then the main event, it is a submission match. It's Ankle Lock versus Hell's Gate. It is Jack Swagger versus the Underpinker in your main event. Sexual chocolate got the bro. They are now both hypersexual, and we would have it no other way. A good old Donnybrook match. A good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. Whatever that is. That sounds awesome, man. You know what? I kind of wish we watched that one. Eh, whatever. It's fine. Because we have SmackDown here. In order to make up for all the time we're wasting, I'm thinking, in order to make up for all the matches that we watched so far, I might skip next week. Just so we can get to Extreme Rules tonight. This sucks ass, dude. Fucking put him away, Mark. Show him what happens when you go to Wrestler's Court. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. It was 2010 WWE, so it was probably a feud over Guinness. I mean, I feel like that would be more tactful product placement than whatever WWE is doing right now. You know? Why is Taker wearing pink? Why aren't you, brother? I feel like that's the better question. Now watch him come out. Now watch him come out. Okay. I was about to say, now watch him come out, please. Man, dude, fucking Superstars is the show to watch. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
And his opponent,
he's so luminescent.
Death Valley, weighing 299 pounds, The Undertaker.
Remember back in the Battlefront 2 days when like EA told you that having a pink Darth Vader would be breaking canon? Well, listen, you could do this in 2010. You could put The Undertaker in pink gear and the game would just let you do that. It wouldn't say anything negative, it wouldn't say you're breaking canon. If you wanted the underqueerer, then you could do that. You could have that if you so wanted. If you want the Undertake queer, then you could absolutely have that. And we did say this during the watch-alongs, but I do think that more wrestlers of this era would have turned out better if they were just allowed to be a little queer. And honestly, I feel that we're seeing that right here. I'm proud of The Undertaker for coming out of the closet. Or the casket in this case. And showing his true colors. Under my WWE, that'll net him a title shot, brother. Wow. What aura. What poise? Now then.
The bell is rung, and it's time for the submission match.
You can only win this match via submission holds, chat. In case that wasn't clear.
Swagger is so confident in his ability.
Well, he shouldn't be, because he's in the ring with the best character in this game, like, no question. He's literally 98 overall. There is no one in this game better than The Undertaker.
With a win here tonight, that's for sure. Jack Swagger, right to the back of the head. Oh, right on the...
But I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have a submission hold as one of his finishers. The Undertaker is in the ring right now, chat.
No mistakes. That's Undertaker style.
Now please make short work of this fucking guy. Please make short work of him.
Oh, and this one's spilling out.
Every single thing that Undertaker does in this match to fucking Jack Swagger, I'll be giving a big ol' smile, chat. I hope that you're giving it too. Oh my god. He's like taking it to the outside, dude. He's absolutely making a mockery of the world champion right here.
How would you like to be in there, King, and stare into the face of The Undertaker as he delivers this kind of punishment to you?
Well, when you get into the ring with The Undertaker, you know he's not going to show any mercy. Watch it! That was like a freight train.
And the boot connects.
You know, Michael, I would stare him in the ring, and I would be like, man, that's some pretty good gear you got there. Who's your tailor?
Time pain to that bicep.
Personally, I think everyone could benefit from having a little bit of pink in their gear. Ah!
Thank you for making SmackDown a part of your Friday night tradition. Thank you, everybody.
Come on, Taker. Please.
And that one hurt.
Don't get shown up by this fucking geek here. By this friggin' power slap geek here.
And he lights up his chest with a chop. And a shot to the solar plexus. Ouch!
Nice.
The dead man into the headlock.
The ref's not doing any countouts in this match either, so like they can just hang out here if they want. This is chat. This is way more even than I would like it to be. This is much more offense than friggin' Jack Swagger should be getting.
Swagger's close to 6'6" and already 265 pounds. He's so young, you know he's going to get bigger as the years go on.
Bigger, but not necessarily better.
Jack Swagger controlling the waist.
He's in big trouble.
What should we expect?
No way! Kip up! Kip up from The Undertaker! I did once have a dream I went to a museum in a motel room, and the caretaker was Jerry Lawler in drag? That is way too vivid for my liking.
Undertaker squeezing down on the head.
I would think I died and went to hell, honestly.
Oh, there it is! Knocked into the...
Ah! Room service!
With The Undertaker, the legend grows and grows.
You want soft linens with that? Ah!
Oh, did you see that? His body twisting and turning in a sickening way.
Oh no, a shitty motel. And he was the caretaker of that motel. That is a hell world scenario, wow.
What a vicious chop! Oh!
Jack Swagger, please. No. Don't you dare do this to The Undertaker.
From that German suplex.
Okay, but what if the caretaker was Pink Undertaker?
At this point, you have to figure
I
out
have fresh linens for you.
will win.
They're so fresh. I clean my pink gear with them.
My God!
I clean my pink gear with them. Alright. Okay. Snake Eyes? Snake Eyes.
Right down into the corner.
Nice.
And he hits him with an impressive combination of kicks.
Combination of kicks. One. One, and that's it. That right there is the combination.
Main event this has been.
This has been infuriating main event, Jerry. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, no one here is gonna leave happy unless The Undertaker wins this match. You know, everybody's dreams seem to make more sense than mine. Because anytime I dream, it's always the most nonsensical stuff of all time. Like, when I wake up, I don't remember what all I just dreamed about. Because a lot of it is just shit, like, just stitched together. You know?
He's the phenom of the WWE for a reason.
It's all just like things that happen. There's no rhyme or reason to it. God, I wish that were me. Like, dude, like all of my friends, especially my friend from like one of my previous jobs, he would always tell me about the dreams he had, and they sounded like fucking like anime video type experiences, right? They would sound like stuff from a fucking AMV. And I'm just sitting here like, dude, there's no way that you dreamed that vividly. But maybe I need to start dreaming more vividly. Because absolutely, it feels... Oh no! Oh, well... It's the star of the Big Show show. The Big Show. But the question is...
Jack Swagger from Perry, Oklahoma is a two-time, and there's the submission. This might be it. Ooh.
Dude, if The Undertaker taps out the Swagger, okay, good. I was about to say, if the fucking Undertaker taps out to Jack Swagger, I'm closing the game. We're done for the night. I have constant, vivid zombie dreams. Of what, like, zombie apocalypse dreams? That's scary. I mean, my dreams just amount to really nothing. It's just random bullshit that happens. Until I eventually wake up. This is bullshit, chat. Fucking Jack Swagger's running roughshod on this promotion. Jack Swagger is running roughshod on this promotion. What is happening? Stop! Cease! No more!
And he's in big trouble. And there's the hold, but the ref doesn't see it.
And of course, Undertaker taps out.
He's had enough. This could be it. He does it again.
I'm actually fucking pissed, dude. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Oh, submission.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
And there's the hold, but the ref doesn't see it.
Okay, okay. Show saved him twice already, and he's saved him 3 times, really. He saved him thrice.
Wow, what a suplex!
Future Hall of Famer? I mean, it depends on who that signs for.
And there's the technique of the two-time All-American.
Danhausen? yeah, for fucking sure, Danhausen. He's just throwing Undertaker around this ring right now. I'm actually pissed off. This is rancid, dude. This is straight up rancid. What?
Undertaker brings such a mythical presence to the ring. Swagger.
I will say, I don't love the Fed right now, but it is perfect for Danhausen. Absolutely. It's absolutely perfect for him.
And there's the submission hold. Will this do it?
It's like one of the only watchable things in the promotion right now from an outsider's perspective.
Swagger does it again.
This is Hell World, chat. I'm sick. I'm gonna be sick to my stomach, chat. I don't love the Fed right now, but it is perfect for Danhausen. He probably had the best moment in Mania this week. I mean, I still think that Darby winning the title last week was probably just the moment of the week. But in terms of match of the week, I would still say the Immortal Clusterfuck is the best match of the week. Swagger beats Taker clean even after Show helped him cheat.
The All-American
It's the worst. The worst. The worst. The worst bullshit of all time. I'm gonna be sick, chat. I don't know how we recover from this ever. Finlay defeated Sheamus, and what was a David and Goliath victory? Okay, well, where does Sheamus fit? Rather, where does Finlay fit into things? I was working, and I don't feel need to go back and watch the 6 minutes of Wrestling Mania I had. You're really not missing much other than the main event. Like, truly and honestly. The rematch! The rematch from a couple weeks ago. It's the rematch from a couple weeks ago, chat. I hear the six-pack was good. It was a perfectly fine, WWE ladder match. Punk and Roman was kind of more of what I wanted from Cody and Randy, because Cody and Randy was straight up rancid. But Punk and Roman was like no nonsense. This was like two main event guys who really wanted the title more than anything. It was what I wanted from like a WWE paced main event. Number one contenders for the titles is Morrison and goddamn R-Truth. Okay. I'm honestly kind of excited about that match, specifically. Okay. But no, the six-pack was okay. I mean, like, it wasn't anything too special. It was a big old hot sprint of a match, and that's really kind of what I expected from it. So, Javon Evans should have won, though. Javon Evans should have won that match. All right, the rematch. It is Ted Jr. versus MVP. And a bit of an upset, at the time at least, because now MVP's kind of a loser. Ted Jr. defeated MVP on the Raw after Backlash. And this right here is MVP's chance to get that win back. But no, like, all the matches on Mania didn't really feel like Mania matches, besides maybe the main event of Night 2. Night 1 felt like a mockery of what Mania main event should be. And Night 2 actually felt like a Mania main event. So if you have to watch any match from that weekend, make it Punk and Roman. To be fair, like, AEW's kind of nullified me to ladder matches whenever WWE does them. Because in, like, AEW, every match is like that, But by WWE standards, it was pretty good. Ollie Davis said best, Io versus Asuka deserves better than WrestleMania. It deserved to at least be on WrestleMania. Not a single women's match went more than 10 minutes. In fact, none of them even hit 10 minutes. For comparison's sake, there was only one match on WrestleMania 40 that went under 10 minutes. Every match was given time. Even the bad ones, like Jimmy Uso and Jey Uso, that match was shit. but it at least was given time to be a Mania match. Whereas, like, every match besides the main events felt like a TV match, you know? And one thing that really stuck in my craw about Mania, specifically the ladder match. What the? Hold on. Wow. False count anywhere. Okay. I'm glad that we tuned into this one. MVP, do it. Gunther versus Rollins was longer than the tag match. Crazy. It really is crazy, yeah. Like, I feel like, especially now, gone are the days of, like, big, epic matches, like, you know, the Cody and Roman stuff at Mania 40. Like, we're just not going to get that stuff anymore, because they need to make room for more commercials. And I'm specifically comparing Mania 42 to Mania 40, because I've been seeing people compare, you know, WrestleMania 42 to, like, the past two AEW pay-per-views. But comparing that, rather comparing it to those shows, I'm not going to say it's unfair, but it's a given. AEW just does more wrestling than fucking WWE does. They've always been that way, you know? I think it's a better comparison to look at, you know, like where WrestleMania used to be, because it gives us a better picture of, like, the trajectory that WWE is on. Because, like, WrestleMania 42 kind of showed me that it's not about the wrestlers anymore. It's about making celebrities look good and giving them screen time and putting in as many ads as possible. Especially ads that are bad for children. Because for a promotion that's supposed to be for kids, why am I seeing casino ads on there? Was introduced as a guest commentator for the WWE Women's Championship match, but did not have a microphone and provided no commentary. He literally just paid to be sat at ringside and given a headset with no commentary. Like, they didn't even, like, say who he was. They didn't say what his affiliation is. They just put him at the freaking commentary desk and expected us to like, just let it ride. And that's just kind of, like, where we are now. It's not for the average fan now. It's for fucking people with more money than sense. And people that are willing to stomach advertisements and aura more than, you know, more than the actual wrestling. Seeing Drew and Tiffy doing Chumba at casino ads, a meme in the deadlock space is insane. I know! It's shameful. Like, that shit right there is more shameful than anything else. MVP's washed, dude. He's washed.
Hello, Mario.
I'm calling it right there. MVP is washed. Dude. You gotta give me something here, buddy. You didn't even lose to a finisher. You did. Having Dom do Wingstop ads? Okay, Chicken Tender is actually tied to his character, and Randy Savage made Slim Jim a thing for wrestlers, but, like, come on. I mean, like, the thing is, even, like, I mean, WWE is supposed to be the family-friendly version, or supposed to be the family-friendly product, right? So, to that end, why the fuck am I seeing gambling ads? Right? Why am I seeing those? That's, like, super bad for children, right? Okay, I'm gonna just skip through this. Okay, wait. Strong Alliance? Okay. Gambling owns sports and TKO owns UFC, so you know, gambling owns... owns TKO. That's fair enough. Okay, again, I'm just gonna skip through these. Kofi Kingston is the surprise? Okay. Oh, goodness. What? This is an incredible fucking card here. I kind of want to see Ricky Steamboat versus Zack Ryder, I'm not gonna lie. But no, gambling definitely owns sports, and, you know, TKO owns UFC. And so gambling owns TKO. That's very, very apt. I show up and Ted Jr. wins. I love amazing. Dude, there's nothing amazing about that. Because MVP continues to be washed. MVP continues to be fucking washed. Why did I put the friggin' belt on this guy? Steamboat did have some sauce when he did that nostalgia run with Jericho. And now he's teaming up with the Sexay Yeti. So what do you think about that? Here we go. From Montreal, Canada. Yeah, we need to have MVP and Mark Henry face off in an Extreme Rules match, I feel like. I'm pretty sure that's the play for friggin' this pay-per-view weekend. Alright, Ricky Steamboat, after teaming with the immortal Sexay Yeti, now has a singles match against Zack Ryder. Or Zack Henry, as he's now called. And Zack is coming out in his newly minted red gear. Honestly, looks a little better than his previous stuff. I want a fun fact on the guy from the Rhea Jade match. Serves 8 months for 84 counts of bank fraud. Oh, so they're broke then. I do miss superstar threats. I do too! Even if in this game they're a little bit scuffed, I like them a lot. He serves 8 months. I'm sorry, 8 months for 84? What? Dude, I feel like that should be more. 84 counts and he only serves 8 months? We are cooked, dude. He became a billionaire after crypto scams took off, so I'm pretty sure he paid pretty for that seat. Oh, he did. And, like, this right here is just what wrestling is. It's about shoving ads down your throat and sucking the dick of bad people. What? Okay. It's about shaking hands with bad people and making you play Chumba Casino. Like, that's what it's about now. Big ol' dude, if Ricky Steamboat could squash Zack Ryder for me after that Superstars match, I would love that a lot. I would love that immensely if he just squashed Zack Ryder right here. Why your 1K Mania stream has to be Wrestling Empire? You don't need the new 2K game. I mean, like I said before and I'll say it again. If someone gifts me the game on Steam or something, or if I find it used, I'll play it. But I'm just gonna be 100 with you, Chief. Watching current WWE makes me like I cannot earnestly engage with it, you know? Because all I'm thinking about is all of the bullshit they're doing right now. Like right now it is uniquely terrible, and it's terrible in ways that it wasn't terrible in before, you know? But yeah, there's so much talent there, and I'm not sure I begrudge the wrestlers for working there, but I just can't. I can't either, and I don't know how it. And I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I don't really know how most people can. And this isn't me, like, talking from, like, you know, an AEW guy perspective, because yes, I'll admit, I am an AEW guy, but I also just enjoy wrestling in general, you know? Especially now, I watch New Japan, I watch Maple Leaf, I watch fucking GCW, you know? I watch CMLL sometimes. I watch what interests me. And sure, like, wrestling's always gonna have, you know, some element of seediness to it, you know, just because that's just how the business is. But WWE takes it to a whole new level, you know? And it's a level that I am struggling to figure out how most can tolerate. It is very easy to find good wrestling these days, and wrestling that doesn't make you feel like an idiot for watching it. And you know, like a little while ago, I was just kind of saying, oh, well, modern wrestling isn't really doing it for me now. And I think, yeah, when your focus is only on the big two in North America, that's fair. But if you look outside of that, dude, it's so easy to find good wrestling. In the States, too. In the Americas, it's easy to find it. You know? Like, if you just look at, like, Maple Leaf, if you look at GCW, if you look at fucking, you know, Mexico, like CMLL, AAA, you know? It is very easy to find wrestling that you can fuck with. Like, again, I'm gonna say it again. I watched the Immortal Clusterfuck this weekend. It is my new favorite match of all time. The Immortal Clusterfuck is my new favorite match of all time. And there were maybe 10 guys on that whole match that were of any note. And 3 of them were fucking dressed in, like, big inflatable dinosaur costumes. Like, I don't know, maybe I just value different things from wrestling these days. But if you just allow yourself to look outside of your scope a little bit every now and then, it's so easy to find wrestling that's good and wrestling that doesn't make you feel like a freaking dunce for watching it, you know? I mean, Mid-Carter and the Fed makes anything post some WWE bigger money, and it's a much more relaxed schedule. But the guys at the top should be able to do anything at this point. What wrestling match reminds you of Peter Griffin fighting the giant chicken? The Sandman versus the Invisible Man at Joey Janela's Spring Break this year. There's just so much out there for people to enjoy. There's so much. It is so easy to find wrestling that you fuck with, you know? Oh no. No! I do not want Zack Ryder to defeat Ricky Steamboat here, dude. Like, I don't care. I don't care if, like... Dude! Stop taunting! Do your thing! Stop taunting and friggin' put him away! God damn! Stop taunting and friggin' put Zack Ryder away! God damn! Damn you, man! Make me happy for once in this stream. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Chad. We've been fucking in the trenches here for like an hour, right? We've had to watch MVP take L after L after L. We had to watch The Undertaker get humiliated by Jack Swagger. No, Team Red invades. Oh yeah, Teddy, I should probably show you the crazy developments that we've had on this show already. Because we've got a bunch of new tag teams now. We have Fire and Freeze, which is Ricky Steamboat and no! Dude, finally someone kicks out of that. Someone finally kicks out. Hi, Ollie. Someone finally kicks out after someone interferes. This is a hard-fought match between both of these guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's very hard-fought between these two. You know what, at the very least, if Zack Ryder wins this, it will have been earned. You know? Oh! Roll up! Roll up! 1, 2! No way! Ricky wins it with a roll-up! Someone kicks out, and it's the one person you didn't want to see kick out. Dude, exactly! Ricky Steamboat with the sneaky win on Zack Ryder. This boat isn't out of steam, baby. His comeback has only just begun. Paul Smackage for the win. Wow. What a match from these two. Oh, and suddenly he stopped bleeding. Dude, honestly, honestly, I'm just gonna say it. These fucking matches are actually pretty good sometimes. But no, like, I've been watching CMLL, I've been watching New Japan. Of course, I'm sticking with, like, AEW as well. I'm watching fucking GCW and Maple Leaf. Like, good wrestling's out there. You just need to have the patience to find it, you know? The wrestling is out there. You just need to have, you know, the gumption to find it, and maybe have the patience to you know, deal with a language barrier here and there. Because I'll admit, a big barrier for me when it comes to getting into things like CMLL, is language, you know? At this point, I watch nothing unless I'm free and catch it in your Discord. But, oh, the Discord, you say? Well, funny you say that, because I have a Discord. We do semi-frequent watch-alongs over there, mainly of wrestling and, you know, wrestling-adjacent media. I would like to get back to maybe doing some movie watch-alongs, specifically wrestling movie watch-alongs, or wrestling show watch-alongs. So if that sounds good to you, come on over there. I also have a little channel there for commercial submissions, for whenever me and Infinite T Killa make new commercial compilations for the stream. So yeah, we're keeping ourselves busy over there. I would love to have you over there as well. Yeah, cool. Let's go ahead and run the ads, chat. Sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. And
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does it take
Oh,
to get
holy
to the Tootsie
base.
Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
Dude, I'm so happy that Ricky Steamboat actually won a match. Not only that, but he's teaming with the Sexay Yeti. is a cursed ad, by the way. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this right here makes it... It makes me not want to drink Hawaiian Punch. This right here is early... Dude, this right here is late 80s CG for ya. Like, wow. I don't want to drink Hawaiian Punch now, chat. I'm gonna be honest. That shit's bullshit.
When you drive to Wendy's and order a single, you get more beef than the Whopper or the Big Mac.
Home of Big Bun.
At Wendy's, you never have to ask, where's the beef?
I feel like that's a reference that I just don't get in modern times, right? Let me see, hold on. DDT, AWG, and AAA have been the main wrestling shows I enjoy. I got a question for old Teddy when he comes back.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw, everyone. Teddy, what is AWJ, if I could ask? Talking about the language thing, it is what makes AAA very good. As it's a good 1 hour show, mostly quality matches, and when there are pre-recorded promos, they are translated, and if it's a live promo, they have Rey Mysterio doing the translating as it happens. Oh, so that's kind of what Rey's doing now? He's sort of like a translator in AAA? Okay. Act-Res Girls. It's a Joshi promotion. Okay. Alright, let's see the news here for this. Bitter rivals. New alliances? The Miz and Chavo Guerrero are now allies. Wow, okay. We have a lot of freaking new rivalries here. What? Okay, I think we got 2 matches we need to watch here, chat. Old Stone Cold is right here. Finally, dude. It's been way too long. And he's gonna face off against Willie Riggs. He's gonna step in there with Willie Riggs. Awesome. Talking about the language. Okay, yeah. Actress Girls. It's a Joshi promotion. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Really? Okay. You know what? I was kind of expecting one of the Regal Roundtable to make an entrance. No way. Dude, is William Regal going to friggin' Yeah, for the English stream of AAA, they have Corey Graves, JBL, and Ray doing commentary. That's very surreal to hear that Corey Graves is not like on like an actual WWE show, but he's on their sister promotion, basically. Not only that, but that JBL, who feuded with Eddie Guerrero in a feud where Eddie's ethnicity was a focal point, is also on commentary. like that doesn't click in my head, you know? Oh, Stone Cold is about to stomp a mud hole in Willie Regal's ass. And then once stomped, he's gonna need he's gonna need the Dr. Squash Stone Cold soap. What? JBL has been fun, lol. Well, at least there's that. How good is Rey Mysterio at commentary, though? Because if I'm being honest, I'm a little surprised that Conan didn't stay on there. Though Conan did make an ice joke, so probably good that he's not on commentary anymore. Also, fucking dude, look at Stone Cold. He is like slimmed. He is so lean. This right here is what sobriety will do to you. I've gone sober. I've gone sober, son. I only drink water. What? These days, son, I only drink a few things, and that's water, milk, orange juice, apple juice, cranberry juice, every other juice I can get my hands on, and that's the bottom line. Cause Stone Cold said, oh wait, I forgot. I also drink sweet tea, cream soda, red cream soda, and my favorite, orange cream, and that's all I gotta say about that. Dude, 3 stunners! 3 stunners on William Regal! Now that's a Superstars caliber match, dude. Stone Cold Steve Austin is about to open up a couple of Phantomizers and dump them all over William Regal's stupid English ass. Fuck your pre-match attack, son. You get a couple of Mountain Dew-azers right up your ass. What? Fuck yeah, dude. Again, I'm surprised that the roundtable didn't come out to help out William Regal. Wow. Dude, the pre-match attack? Oh, wait. Wait, chat. Chat, how long was the audio off for? How long was the audio off for? How long was it off for? Well, you know what? I appreciate that you guys just enjoy my dulcet tones enough to not tell me when my stream is muted. I appreciate you. I didn't realize, lol. You didn't realize? How do you not realize that the stream audio is muted? Like, I'm not trying to talk down. I'm genuinely curious. I swear it turns off anytime theme music starts. I thought it was on purpose. It was not on purpose. I mean, I mute it when we're on the menus because the menu music gets, you know, the stream super claimed. But it's not like a purposeful thing. I'm kind of curious to watch this match, chat. I mean, listen, Undertaker couldn't get the job done, but maybe CM Punk can. If CM Punk can, maybe that puts him in line for a title. But first, who's facing for the Intercontinental title? It is Sheamus. And women's title, it's Beth Phoenix. Tag team ladder match. The Undertaker wins in a big match ahead of Extreme Rules. And then your main event. It is a big one, chat. It is the heavyweight champion, Jack Swagger, taking on Punk in the main event of SmackDown. Alright, here we go. Now it shouldn't be off. now it should be fine. Sorry about that, chat. Check 1, 2! Oh! Fuck you. Fuck. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, man. I hate you very, very much. I hope you lose that belt this Sunday.
163 pounds. He is the World Heavyweight Champion, the All-American American, Jack Swagger.
Hell World. And of course, his opponent, CM Punk.
And his opponent, from Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 220 pounds, CM Punk.
The ending that Des refused to give us in the Ray Road to WrestleMania. LOL. Honestly, they were very based for fucking denying us of that. Because now we have it.
Hello, Mario.
And I would like for it to end. You know? Now we have that ending and I would like for it to, like, end... I would like the ending to end swiftly. Swiftly and decisively this Sunday against The Undertaker. Return ending to Sunder. Hi there, Infinite. How are you doing? It's our SmackDown main event. The night is the final match before Extreme Rules. It is CM Punk, one half of the Unified Tag Champs, taking on the World Heavyweight Champion, Jack Swagger.
Jack Swagger from Perry, Oklahoma, is a two-time All-American from Oklahoma University. Jack Swagger.
Oh yeah, that's right. I need to like show you the tag teams, don't I,
And he uses
Teddy?
some of those moves in every match. That's what's made him famous.
I need to like show you some of the tag matches, or like some of the tag teams that we have, because honestly, our tag division is kind of stacked. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh gosh, right down.
Because we've had a couple of breakups. I'm not gonna lie. A couple of breakups I'm kind of sad about. But in its place, we have some pretty interesting combinations. But right now, we have a pretty interesting combination in the ring right now as CM Punk takes on Jack Swagger, a man that is decisively bigger than him.
Come on, Michael. Do I really need to answer that? I mean, when you start getting losses, all you want to do is get that win and start building momentum again. That's all there is to it.
I'm not doing the best today. I won't get into why. Well, hopefully... Alright, well, hopefully our show tonight can kind of help you out in some way. I'm really sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that your day isn't going very well. Or that you're not doing the best today.
Man, that one rocked him.
I realize that depression can be a bitch, buddy. I have it. I should know. It's not wrestling without can they coexist. Exactly. It was really just one thing that fucked it up. Oh, well,
and that one hurt his hand.
I mean, that's always the worst. Yeah.
With the arm. Tremendous damage right to the arm.
But hey, listen, if Jack Swagger loses the belt here tonight, then we can all celebrate in unison together.
Punk got rocked.
I'll bring out the Baileys, and we'll all have nice drinks together, okay?
What should Punk's strategy be at this point, King?
Well, we know about his striking. It's time he just starts swinging.
Speaking of drinks,
hello, Mario.
There's a Dutch Bros Coffee that recently opened up in my area, and the people there very, very, very obviously just have like their own playlist playing all the time, because sorry, like Apple Music has like a feature now where like it will rather where like playlists will try to like auto mix into the next song seamlessly with mixed results. But I can tell that the people there have really base like music tastes, because
And Swagger blocks it. Ow, what an elbow.
sorry, because yesterday I went there and the music that was playing was like it was like that by Future and Metro Boomin. Sorry, and Metro Boomin with the Kendrick verse. It was a censored Kendrick verse, but I didn't expect to hear that just like at like a normie coffee shop, right?
The thing about Jack Swagger and his approach.
Well, actually, no, I wouldn't say that like Dutch Bros is normie. I would say it's a tiny bit more hipster than something like rather than something like a Starbucks.
He's so young, you know he's going to get bigger as the years
But I went there and they were playing like, sorry, like rap caviar type shit. And then I went back there today, and they were playing like a 2000s like alternative rock. They had Motion City Soundtrack playing there, right? I never hear Motion City Soundtrack playing fucking anywhere. It just doesn't happen, you know? Like, that is a playlist exclusive band as far as I'm concerned. But there it was right there. And I'm just like, man, you know what? Dutch Bros might be more bass than I thought. I love to work at a coffee place. I mean, like, I don't know if I would, because, like, I don't know, just, like, that environment seems very difficult to exist in. Dude, this is bullshit. I hate this so much. But no, when I heard Future and Metro Boomin with fucking Kendrick Lamar like that, and Motion City Soundtrack, I knew that this was the place I'm going to now. Because it's very clear that as long as the lyrics are clean, or clean-ish, then whoever's there will just let the aux ride, you know? And I really appreciate that, because, like, I just don't really have that at my jobs I work at now. When I worked at a barbecue place, the guy that ran it said that as long as it's clean, then we could just let the aux play whatever we want. And I loaded that shit up with so much of the stuff I listened to back then. First power slap and now this. Somehow this is Tony Khan's fault, LMAO. Tony Khan would pay for his crimes. Also, hi, Mr. No. I would love to work in one. I just gotta learn to make coffee faster. I already got espresso machines down. Why do we want to work at coffee shops, chat? Like, genuine question. Because personally, I don't see the appeal. But maybe that's just me. Maybe, you know, maybe that's just me. Maybe my third eye hasn't been opened to fucking, you know, the coffee shop serenity. It probably doesn't help that I've only just recently started drinking coffee. The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels are now enemies. They were not before? Okay, I want to work at one because I like coffee. I like iced and cold brew coffee. Like, I don't enjoy hot coffee, because to me, hot coffee is way too bitter. You know? Alright, chat, I'm gonna give you your match card, and then we're gonna kind of duck out here real fast. To this show's credit, it's pretty fucking sick. I would like to sacrifice one of the matches for an MVP match. I would like to sacrifice one of the matches for, like, MVP versus Mark Henry in Extreme Rules. I prefer hot coffee, but I do like iced as well. Last time I went to a coffee shop, they played the used uncensored. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. If I walked up to fucking Dutch Bros and they were playing like that with just the Kendrick verse completely uncensored, if they played the Kendrick verse uncensored, that would be like my go-to place. I would go nowhere else, you know? What? Hold on. What got deleted? What got deleted? Got deleted, chat. What? Oh! Oh, the Nexus got deleted! Aw, well, I think we kind of saw that coming. So yeah, no more Nexus now. That is now no longer a thing. Anyways, we got Crime Time. We got Ruthless Roundtable. We've got Murder Hawk Masters, who we've not really seen hide nor hair of in this entire month. We have Fire and Freeze, which is Ricky Steamboat and the Sexay Yeti. Zach Henry and Mark Henry, which is Zach Henry and Mark Henry, as you can see. And we did have the Nexus here, but they're no longer there. I put Crime Time back in here because I would like for them to be a team. Ruthless Roundtable and Murder Hawk Masters. And those are your tag teams. Yeah. I would like for us to like replace one of the matches on here with a Mark Henry and MVP match. That just sounds like better TV in my mind. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And it's going to be... Let's see, what do we have here? I feel like we need to, like, make sure that this is done right, you know? No more Nexus? Who are you, John Cena? Dude, I didn't do anything. They fucking did it to themselves. I did not book their downfall. It just kind of happened that way. I think we need to do First Blood. It's MVP. In his blue and white attire. Taking on Mark Henry. In his... Oh, goodness. Yeah. In his black and red attire. Which looks like this. First Blood was what I was typing to vote, LMAO. But no, I didn't fucking do this, chat. We've not seen John Cena really all that much in this entire stream. So, yeah. Mark Henry taking on MVP in our first match when we come back, chat. But first, we gotta take a break, okay? When do we get Druid in the world title picture? When the game books him for it. How can we see him anyway? Exactly. He's, he is the invisible hand of WWE. You know? He is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. He's like Gira, you know? All-powerful, all-knowing. But before we start our pay-per-view here tonight, chat, we need to take a break. So I will see you all in a few minutes.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes? Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hello, Mario.
The Druid is always in the world title picture. He's just very, very bad at it. Yes. Yes, I would say so. But anyways, I feel like that from now on when when I'm going to break and I know it's not going to be very long, I'm just going to fucking leave it on the I'm just going to leave it on this screen so that people who are subbed can watch commercial compilations. I feel like that's just kind of a better use of our resources, you know? Anyways, welcome everyone to Extreme Rules. Your opening matchup is a grudge match. It is MVP and Mark Henry in a first blood match. Chat, honestly, we are sacrificing the US title for this because, I mean, if I'm being honest, Chavo is not going to win it. You know? Not against Chris Jericho.
Following is a first blood match. The winner will be the first man to make his opponent bleed. Approaching the ring from Miami, Florida, weighing 259 pounds, Montel Vontavious Porter, otherwise known as MVP.
No Mania spoilers, please. I haven't watched Night 2 yet. I will say it was somewhat better than Night 1, because Night 1 was like a fucking dumpster fire. But it's still not really... I mean, like, I said it before, I just feel like at this point I'm incapable of, like, engaging with anything WWE does completely earnestly, because all I can think about is the shit they're doing. But I tried, and I can at least say that the Night 2 main event did it for me. So, for whatever that's worth. And I feel like it's worth at least something. It's good. Alright, here we go.
From Silsbee, Texas.
Yeah, we're just in full Hall of Pain era stuff now.
Is the world's strongest man, Mark Henry.
We are in full Hall of Pain shit now, chat. But no, yeah. I feel like when I take Mania like out of the equation, I think that WrestleMania week was pretty good. You know, I'm a fan of the title win from Darby Allin. I'm a fan of Darby Allin's title win. Yes. Hug me. What? I don't know about that, chat. The stuff on GCW, the collective, it all gave me something different for every show. What else? Oh yeah, CMLL at the Palms. Probably not the best introduction to CMLL, but it was still a really good show, you know, with really good wrestlers. Maple Leaf Pro at the Palms. I didn't watch that, but I did buy it. Probably me and Patch are gonna watch it here soon. That was a great show with a lot of variety, it seems like. Although oddly, Mystico didn't come out to his theme in CMLL, even on the CMLL show. Like the song, Me Muero.
And in the front row, no less.
He did not come out to that for like any of his matches. Also, dude, Chavo was taken off the card, but that doesn't mean that he's not gonna be seeing the show. Ooh, Chavo!
This one should be great, and it's just gonna keep getting better as the night goes on.
Well, dude, we have a fucking blood feud here. We have a giant, big old blood feud here to kick off Extreme Rules. It is First Blood between MVP and Mark Henry. Former friends, now bitter rivals. Should we have the long, slow Chavo theme as a redeem? I keep joking. I mean, I don't want to steal too much from New Legacy, but it is very funny. So, maybe? I don't know. Chat, should we?
MVP, what must he be thinking now?
Well, he was embarrassed last week. So
He sure was.
Rematch to settle the score. And that's got to be the only thing on his mind.
He sure fucking was. I mean, to be honest, the past month for MVP has just been one long humiliation ritual.
This could be huge.
So, and ooh, Chavo redeem would be funny. Do you want chat? Do you want me to like add the ooh Chavo redeem? Because if so, I'll add it in time for because if so, I'll add it in time for Thursday. Yes. Okay. I mean, like, listen, if Chavo's gonna be a recurring thing on this universe mode, then I think that we should. You know? Then I think that we should do it.
MVP squeezing down on the head.
I feel like that's a pretty good reason to add it in because Chavo forced his way into like the main parts of this fucking universe mode. So maybe we should do it, you know?
The headbutt. Again, pinfalls and submissions are not the object. You win by lacerating your opponent. Using that
by lacerating your opponent. Dude, we're busting out the thesaurus in this match, huh?
Henry controlling the head. The headbutt.
Actually, no. We're saving that.
Cross MVP's nose like a
this right here is called Our Blood Boils, chat. It's from Mega Man X7, I think.
And the pain has to be shooting through his face.
Oh, bear hug me. I get it.
What should MVP be looking to do now?
Also, I mean, like, we're in the wrestling game space. NL memes are in our vocab. That's very true. That's very, very true. All I'm saying is if I somehow get, like, Adam or Johnny on the stream, and they see the ooh Chavo thing, I'll blame all of you. Alright. MVP. Right now showing shades of his friggin' losing streak ever since this universe mode started. Can he somehow get his first dub of this universe mode? I'm pretty sure this would be his first win of this universe mode. But right now it's not looking good for him. Again.
Oh, MVP wasn't ready for that.
Henry.
But no, you're very much right. That shit is in our vocabulary. 25% Mr. Kennedy themed goated LMAO. Dude, I'm just gonna say it.
But Mark Henry seems to enjoy
New Legacy has fucking cracked the code in terms of getting easy laughs out of like people who like know and play wrestling games. You just take their music and you slow it down. Like, they fucking cracked the code on that.
He hits the drop kick from an incredible...
They friggin' found the cheat code. You know? They friggin' found the cheat code for, like, easy laughs. And it is very funny. Like, I'm not even gonna begrudge them for that. It's funny as shit hearing... Woo! Like, chat, hold on, I'm gonna pull it up.
Use the word evil lightly. Well, that's what comes to mind when I see the delight Mark Henry takes in destroying his fellow superstars.
I'm pulling it up here real fast while they're working.
Ouch! An aggressive shot to the midsection.
Like, listen, this right here. This right here.
Determined superstar, really toughened up in his words early on in his life, and has made the best of it.
like that's funny as shit, you know?
How great is MVP? MVP. I mean, he's half.
Not very good, honestly, if we're being perfectly truthful with ourselves here, King. It's funny during every Rumble-thon. It is! It's the funniest shit of all time. Okay, chat, you fucking convinced me. I'll put it in. I'll put it in for next time. Here, I'll make a note of it. Chavo theme. Redeem. That and Stone Cold soundboard. I mean, listen, dude. I already got this right here, okay? You want more? Do you want me to put that in there? Because I'll do it.
Yeah, watch it. That was like a freight train.
As long as chat never gets the what. I mean, I feel like I'm basically like offering it up to them. What?
Throughout his life.
Okay.
He's not going to back down.
Dude, finally. Finally. We may actually be able to do something. Oh, straight up. Straight up. Oh. Ballin'.
His elbow drop connects.
It's the late 2000s version of the Death Riders theme. It is. It is. No, shitty overdrive.
And you've got to believe that the playmaker might have done just that.
He did it.
This one's over.
MVP gets a W. On pay-per-view, no less. He took it to his rival. And MVP finally has a W in the column. At Extreme Rules, he busts his old friend wide open and walks away with the victory. We bleed, people. We bleed, people. Dude, he now hurts people. He hurts people. Leaving with a squash match at a PPW when I was.
Oh my gosh, he's still laid out in the ring. We may need the medics out here.
I was just talking about Rumble-thon. LOL. Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
What?
And of course, the number 3. 3? Alright, music. Turn it down. Turn it off. Turn it off while we're doing our thing here. Of course, I would love nothing more than to save that result, dude. Wow. Finally, the evil has been defeated here at Extreme Rules. And an MVP is climbing the ranks once more. Are you having a good day? I said that man's name is Triple H. 3. Stone Cold Steve Austin. That Stone Cold bit killed me. Laughed until I thought I was going to pass out. Stone Cold Steve Austin. So what I'm getting is that I need to fucking add stupid shit. Got it. Is I need to like add more stupid shit, is what I'm hearing here. Well, I am more than happy to oblige, chat. That Stone Cold soundboard lives rent-free in my head. Are you having a good day? Dude, where did he find that shit? Because, like, I refuse to believe that Johnny just had that sitting on his computer. Just waiting for an occasion like that. Alright, here we go. Tag titles on the line here. Chicago flag here and probably not Chicago. We're gonna try it anyways. Someone just made it as a soundboard from one promo. That was from one singular promo. Dude, imagine being that iconic. Couldn't be me. Can you, like, find me this soundboard? Because this sounds awesome. I can find the promo. Also, what if the Straight Society was just Adam Copeland and some bisexual guys? like there's constant, like... sorry, like, there's constant, like, fucking romantic tension, but, like, Copeland is resistant to it. Also, I'm pretty sure that was just rated FTR. That just sounds like it was rated FTR from what I watched of them.
Is for the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championship.
Sure fucking is, brother.
From Chicago, Illinois, weighing 222 pounds, CM Punk.
Notably not a champion. You found the soundboard? Dude, send it to me. Please, I beg of you. Oh my god. Dude, Teddy found it too. Dude, Teddy found it too. I'm fucking putting it in here. I'm trying to play it, chat. It's not working out. Refresh your... No! Hold on. Damn it. Dude, what do you mean? In your DMs. Okay. I found the soundboard. Dude, all 3 people found the soundboard. Hold on. I'm trying to get this to work, chat. It's not really doing it. Man, dude, we find fucking, we find it, and I can't play it.
And his partner.
I'm actually really upset now, chat. I believe in you, Stev. I'm glad that you do, because I don't know if I do. Okay, I found a Hulk Hogan one. If you're using Opera GX, it, for whatever reason, doesn't work. Okay, well then I need a different browser then. Is there like a setting that I can, like, flick on to make it start working, or no? It works on Firefox. If you're really? Dude, I am like... I'm averse to using Google Chrome, but I can use Firefox. That sucks shit, dude. Okay, well then I'll just go ahead and I'll fucking take that then. I cannot believe that that was made from just one promo. Imagine being that fucking goated. That all it takes is one single promo. Alright, well, hold on. Am I really gonna download a whole web browser just for a bit? I think I am, chat. I think I'm about to do it. Alright, well, this gives them plenty of time to do their entrances. Elbow! Listen, so make believe. Maybe it will work with Edge. Hold on. That's a good question. Oh, wait, are we doing Hotstar here? Oh my god, what? No, the Hart! Dude, the Hart Dynasty! Turning heel on this night, mayhaps. Oh no, chat. This is too much to handle. Stone Cold, what do you have to say to this?
And all 3 of these competitors will do whatever it takes, including shortening their own careers to retrieve it.
Hold on.
Oh, right to the gut.
All right, Stone Cold, what do you have to say to this? Fuck. Come on, dude.
Remember, this is a no disqualification.
Okay, never mind. I got it.
A lot of things under the ring, and
Finally,
all of them
I got it.
He's got a chair.
So Cold, what do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Down goes Luke Gallows. Now with a
What the fuck, dude?
It's obvious that he'll stop at nothing.
Well, the match is
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on.
suffered a vicious assault.
Hold on, I know why it's not doing it. I know why it's not doing it. I got it.
that attack. I think he's got it. Does he have it?
So, King, are you
Maybe?
ready for that big main event later
What?
tonight?
Yes, I got it!
One for the ages, Michael. And that's
Can you fucking believe what we just saw there, Stone Cold?
He almost had his career ended.
I know, right?
wow. If he keeps
Tonight.
this could be over quick.
How you doing?
Well, I'm doing very well, Stone Cold.
Are you having a good day?
The ladder's going to be up to task.
How's your day, chat? How's it going?
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Oh, okay, cool. The Hogan stuff I sent has some funny stuff on it too.
What?
And all of it can inflict a lot of damage on an opponent.
I'm doing all right.
You're gonna ask me some questions.
Ask him a couple questions, chat. Oh, never mind, Mr. Austin.
Superstar can afford I got three things I want to talk about.
Oh, the quickness and agility
Okay, we'll talk about them, Stone Cold.
What?
The Holy Grail has been found, and my pleasure is immeasurable. Yes, I love it. I love that so much for all of you. I love that so much.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. I said the Royal Rumble.
Oh, you didn't say that. You didn't say that, Stone Cold.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from
Austin,
head to toe before this
that
is
is... Austin, that's not the pay-per-view we're at. This right here is Extreme Rule.
The Royal Rumble.
No. It's fucking Extreme...
I said the Royal Rumble.
It is Extreme Rule.
I said the Royal Rumble. I said the Royal Rumble. What? He almost had to quit. Look that man right in the eye, face to face.
I mean, that's what... Oh, Jesus Christ! Dude, Luke Gallows jumped to the outside.
He almost had to quit.
Dude, I need to fucking find these... Chat, send me these soundboards, please. Send me these soundboards.
Oh, good lord. Our truth. Squeeze.
They found a Shockmaster one. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. I need to see this for myself.
Power. Morrison has the headlock.
How do you fucking make a soundboard one? Dude, how do you make a Shockmaster one? He had one promo and like maybe a few things.
They call me. Remember, in championship matches, the title cannot change.
Do they now?
They call me
the Shockmaster. The championship advantage. You can lose.
Okay, well, like, which fucking... Alright, well, which one are you?
That'll cause some damage.
Sting.
Come and get
Morrison.
Is this...
Get ready. I'm ready.
Dude, this is me when I see Find Peace in my bed.
Get ready. I'm ready.
He folded that ladder in half.
Oh god. Oh god, I wasn't ready for this. Dude, I wasn't ready for that. Oh no. I found the... Dude, this is the best one. This is the best one of all time.
Uh-oh, he's got it again.
This is the best one.
Come after me, Sid.
DDT.
So you're the man that rules the world.
Hold on.
CM Punk likes to claim that he is
I have an unholy union, chat.
What a move by the champ. Ooh, that did it.
I got three things I want to talk about.
Oh, look at this.
Rule the world long enough, Sid Vicious.
How you doing? No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Sting.
I got three things I want to talk about.
Sting.
What?
The Shockmaster.
What? The first disciple of CM Punk. Did you hear that?
What?
Smack? That's human flesh on that ladder.
Come and get me.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Displaying some of that.
Come on, you want a piece of me?
That
What?
was an absolutely incredible move. Morrison is hurt.
Dude, we can make our own back and forward promo on this.
What impact from the double team?
We can create like dream promos between the Shockmaster, Hulk Hogan, and Stone Cold.
Listen to that
How you doing?
throughout the arena.
Morrison.
You've ruled the world long enough, Sid Vicious.
I got 3 things I want to talk about. Do you understand me?
Hello, Mario.
Trying to make the climb.
Stone Cold.
He's up there, and he's starting to take down the title.
Also, I've not been paying attention to this match. Has it been any good, or are we just like fucking around right now?
He's in big trouble. Oh my gosh.
We're in the sauce. Dude, multiple instances of blood on this show already, and we're only 2 matches in.
Turning the chest red and swollen. Morrison.
Oh! Wow.
Did you see that?
You know what? I'll fucking give Morrison this. He freaking caught him. He caught him big style there.
I have a feeling under normal circumstances, we would have seen a pinfall by now.
But this one isn't about pinfalls, Cole. It's about climbing that ladder. And I think it's
Importantly, I'm the Shockmaster. What? Hold on.
Did you see that? That was
They call me the Shockmaster.
Backbreaker.
What? Now go ahead. Now go ahead. Now go ahead. Now go ahead. Now go ahead.
He's quickly becoming a tank.
When I first heard this bit,
Now go ahead.
I thought it was Knucklehead.
Wow! If he keeps this up, this could be over quick.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
Punk.
I'm ready.
Controlling the head.
I said the Royal Rumble.
Get ready. You want a piece of me?
What?
He's using that ring rope
Come
in
on,
ways
you
that
want a
was
piece of
never
me?
intended to
What?
be used.
You want a piece of me?
What?
I'm ready.
Nails the
Get
head
ready.
scissor.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
We all thought that bit was Knucklehead.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Look at man right in the eye, face to face. I said face to face.
Scales the rungs.
The title is
Morrison getting crotched for years there. Wait, really? Dude, is Luke Gallows about to win this? I think Luke Gallows is about to... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on.
He almost had to quit.
No way.
Blasted.
Oh, shit.
Got absolutely blasted there.
He got absolutely blasted there.
Look at man right in the eye,
Face to face.
Shooting through his face.
Dude.
Oh my God.
Dude, this is incredible.
Off the top of the ladder.
Dude, off the top of the ladder and onto another ladder.
He almost had his career ended.
I know, man. That was insane.
He's got the title.
No, CM Punk gets the titles. They're still the tag champs. Or Luke Gallows and CM Punk.
Retains his championship.
Sev has unlocked a new level of autism unheard of before tonight. LOL. Dude, just making my own promos? That's insane. Like, I didn't even pay attention to that match at all. We were just having fun with soundboards. That's incredible.
Sting.
Are you having a good day?
You've ruled the world long enough, Sid Vicious.
What? No, that's not what I'm here to do.
They call me Sting.
You're gonna ask me some questions.
Sting. They call me Dusty Rhodes.
Michael, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
They call me Sting. They call
Hold on.
They call me.
What an incredible match.
Hold on, we're gonna try and fucking make this work. I think the Hogan one is from a bunch of those interviews he did where he just lied about shit. Dude, that's awesome. I would want no other way. Alright, well, we're gonna fucking load up the next match here. But while we're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and get the other... I'm gonna get the third soundboard because, oh no. Oh no, chat. The worst has come. The worst has come to pass. We have not one, not two, but 3 fucking guys in this promo battle now. It is not just the Shockmaster and Stone Cold Steve Austin. It is also...
How you doing, my friend? How you doing?
Hey, brother. How the hell are you? How the hell are you?
What?
We had talked on the phone during the holidays.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
How soon can you start?
What? Now go ahead.
I'm Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan.
What? Stone Cold Steve Austin.
This right here is them introducing themselves.
I'm Hulk Hogan.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Hold on.
Hey, I'm from New York.
I got 3 things I want to talk about.
Sylvester Stallone.
What?
Just talking in nonsense now? Great. So hold on. Are David Hart Smith and goddamn Tyson Kidd not heels now? I guess not. Hold on, I want to try and find, like...
What the hell is wrong with you? I'll give you $10,000.
You're gonna ask me some questions.
You can't do this. You work for me. You work for me. Where's my percentage?
What? Now go ahead.
Hold on. I need to become, like, intimately familiar with these soundboards.
I'm going to be there tomorrow, and I'm going to work out with you. I want to show you a few things.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Well, I could set you up with Hiro Matsuda, this Japanese guy.
Tonight, Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
I'm going to go out and buy a house.
I said the Royal Rumble.
Keep going, don't stop.
I said the Royal Rumble.
My head was huge, all right.
I said the Royal Rumble.
I'm sorry, your head was what now? Your head was what now? That's pretty fucking gay, Hulk. I gotta be honest with you. The kerning on this text makes it look like Dolph Ziggler's name is just one word. I am going to bookmark... I'm gonna pin, because, like, Teddy sent just a list of these fucking things in my DMs, and I'm pinning it now, because I need... Oh, okay, we're just phasing through reality now, huh? Great. Alright, Intercontinental Championship on the line. It is Sheamus taking on Dolph Ziggler for the belt. Dude, we may make history right here. The one belt Sheamus has never won. And he could win it right here in this match. I'll tell you what, chat. The face-heel ratio in this company isn't very strong. Like, we need more, like... We need, like, more baby faces in this company, I feel like. There he is. The Great White.
Are you having a good day?
Well, you know, listen. MVP won his match. So, you know, I'm alright with that.
I got 3 things I want to talk about. Do you understand me?
You don't get a percentage.
What? And that's the... Now go ahead. Talk about the man I saw backstage tonight.
No, I think I'm bigger than you.
I said the man I saw backstage tonight.
I think I'm bigger than you.
Hey, man, I've been training for a year, and now I think I'm bigger than you are.
What?
My head was huge, all right.
Huh?
I'm going to get you an engagement ring, and hopefully you'll think about moving to Minnesota. You work for me. You're fired. You're fired. Oh, my God, you're dead. You're fired. You're never going to work here.
I said the Royal Rumble.
I want you to come up north next week.
I mean, this is a heel versus heel match, you know?
You want to make some serious money, brother?
No, that's not what I'm here to do. I got 3 things I want to talk about.
How soon can you start? Sylvester Stallone wants you to appear in his next Rocky movie.
No,
that's not what I'm here to do.
No, that's not what I'm here to do. You're going to ask me a bunch of questions? Is that what you were going to do?
Steve, how the hell are you?
I got 3 things I want to talk about. Are you having a good day? How you doing? You're going to ask me some questions.
Hey, I'm from New York. I'm from New York. What gives you the right to be part of this?
I said that man's name was Triple H. Look that man right in the eye, face to face.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Are you crazy? Then what? Look, man, I made a mistake.
I said the man I saw backstage tonight. I said that man's name was Triple H. Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble. I said the Royal Rumble.
I'm going to go out and buy a house. I'm going to get you an engagement ring, and hopefully you'll think about moving to Minnesota.
Do you understand me? No, that's not what I'm here to do. Do you understand me? And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Okay, I'm good. I'm all right now. I've had my fill. I've had my fill of the soundboards. Also, I'm sorry, but the throwing redeem doesn't really work today. Apologies. Dude, is Dolph Ziggler about to, like, retain this belt here? Again, I've just been playing around with soundboards this whole time. That's 10 Stone Cold 3s for compensation. Okay, fine.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Hello, Mario.
If the soundboards are done, you should probably unmute the game. Okay, cool. Man, I've been having issues with, like, game muting and unmuting here. If only the fucking, if only, like, the music here wasn't, like, DMCA crazy style, you know?
Ziggler into the headlock.
I'm sorry, Chad. I would make it not so if I could, but... You know, they weren't really thinking about Twitch streaming back in the day. So, this is what we have to deal with.
Once again, this is for the Intercontinental Championship.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on, Marion. I'll go ahead and refund you your stuff.
And Sheamus is in desperate straits. And another clubbing blow.
Another clubbing blow. At the soundboards. Do you understand me? 3?
Ziggler
hold on.
Controlling the waist.
Go to your channel points for DeadGQ on your Twitch dashboard.
That'll do some damage.
Okay.
Oh, mama! Oof.
Mama?
Sheamus comes up with a devastating counter.
Uh-oh.
Ouch! Ow! Hard kick to the ribs. Ugh. Ugh.
This one's about heart and determination, the will to win and leave here tonight.
The big fucking "This is awesome" chant
He's got him hooked.
From a single man.
Squeezing down on the head.
Why did they make it sound like that, dude? Why did they make him sound like that?
Lower back.
Hold on.
He catches him with the axe handle.
Accidentally restarted Uchavo.
The force, my God. Sheamus has the headlock. Oh, Sheamus from behind.
I'll go ahead and refund it to you real fast.
He's in big trouble.
Drop 10 things on me. Hold on. Or rather, throw 10 things on me. Oops.
Ziggler, collar and elbow tie-up.
I'll reject it, and we'll refund your points. I'll do that for everyone that fucking did that today. Give me just a second.
Sheamus into the headlock.
Even myself, I am refunding myself right now.
On the line. Ziggler squeezing down on the head. Ziggler with a nice mat-based attack there. His ground game takes a toll on you both mentally and physically.
Mentally and physically, both of them. Both of these. Both of these nuts. All right, cool.
When I look at Sheamus, I just see that white body. It reminds me of a corpse. In fact, I might like him better if he were one.
Oh boy. Okay, cool.
Has the headlock.
We'll chat.
He's got him.
I think in that respect, I think we've heard enough of Stone Cold here.
Hey, Michael, did you hear Sheamus tried to enter an ugly
I think we've had enough of Stone Cold here for the night.
Man right in the eye, face to face.
Oh, okay. Hold on just a second.
I said face to face.
Listen, man. I need you to fucking just sit on down there.
He almost had his career ended.
It is.
The Irish curse.
Listen, we're just having a friggin' tables match here, okay? We're just having a tables match here. It is not that serious.
Talk about the man I saw backstage tonight.
Punch lands hard.
All right, well, who
squeezing down on the head?
Who did you see backstage?
I said that man's name was Triple H.
Oh yeah? And what did he say to you?
What?
Sheamus has the headlock.
And that's the bottom line.
Okay.
Gold said so.
Okay, well, I guess we're fucking done with this conversation then. Good. Very, very, very productive.
Sheamus enjoys showing absolutely no remorse.
He's just brutalizing his opponent with that table.
Dude, these friggin' table matches have been, like, very hard fought. Mostly because I think that the CPU flat out just forgets.
For that sledgehammer.
Just straight up forgets that we're supposed to be having a tables match. And it just... and it wrestles like a normal one.
Irish-born champion in WWE history.
Alright, cool. Do you understand me? Jerry Lawler wishing Sheamus dead. You know, glad he didn't die, because now he's actually pretty sick.
Oh, after that,
here we are.
You're not seeing stars, you're looking at constellations.
Elbow drop.
Sitting in the cuck chair and providing commentary like it's the WWE.
Goes behind. Sheamus patterns himself after the fear.
Are you, like, saying that's what I'm doing, or are you doing that?
That move will knock the wind right out of you. He catches him with the
That was good. Alright, Sheamus, if you want to win the IC belt, you gotta fucking step it up, brother. Ah! Dude, right on the wrongs.
Oh, it doesn't get more punishing than that.
Right on the wrongs. Just providing a funny hypothetical for your brain.
Irish curse.
Sitting in the cuck chair providing commentary like it's the WWE. I mean, like, listen. I mean, that's what I would do. What the? Okay, cool. Bro kick.
He drops the elbow.
Oh no. I just saw what you messaged me, Soul. I don't think we're done with soundboards quite yet.
He's back now to be screaming in pain.
Oh no.
He's still not through.
What is this?
Sheamus controlling
Hey.
the head. Oh,
Hey, guy. What's up? Do you know who I am?
Jesus.
I'm Sonic. I'm Sonic. I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm Sonic the Sonic. Sonic. Just a guy that loves adventure. Come on, let's go home. To the planet as cool and blue as me.
Dude, and this right here is Ryan Drummond. Sonic too.
And that's a stiff kick.
This right here is incredible. It's specifically from Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Although it mostly seems like Sonic Adventure 2.
Are you okay? Are you okay? What are you doing?
I'm just watching wrestling, brother.
Congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you.
Want to hear something?
Yeah. Yeah, tell me something, brother.
No! No way! What's up, Faker? What's up?
Hold on.
Want to hear something? No way! No way! Never mind that.
He's very indecisive, but Sonic Adventure has some of the best stuff. It does! So, Sonic, what's your opinion on Sheamus here?
There's gotta be a way I can get out of this place.
He's currently stuck in the arena and wants to get out of there because of a Sheamus match.
Oh, wow.
Well, dude, how the fuck are you gonna do it? He has no idea and he's freaking out now. Never mind that shit, here comes Mongo. Sonic probably.
Dr. Eggman.
Hold on.
He hits the Russian leg sweep.
Alright, Sonic, well, what do you think about fucking, what do you think about goddamn, Dolph Ziggler?
This isn't funny.
Okay, man, I mean, like, listen, I get it's a face. Actually, no, this right here is a heel versus heel thing, so anything, it's even better. So, like, I don't know about...
Oh, that creep never gives up.
Ah! Holy shit.
What do you think you're doing? Say something! Say something! Just give me 3 minutes to bring it on!
Shot to the skull. Ziggler.
Hold on. Hold on, we need to figure all this out.
So hard to stop.
Yahoo! You know, what can I say? Everything's under control.
Okay, well now he's fucking turned around on Sheamus. That's good. Dude, Sonic has like no affirmative things here.
So far, so good. Wow!
I know, this right here is really technical stuff from him, yeah?
That was cool!
He's a real fucking, he's a real fucking student of the game is Sonic the Hedgehog. And good God almighty, he flipped her over. It's doggy style. Dude, these fucking guys just forget that it's supposed to be a tables match, I swear. Ow! On the rungs of the table. He is just completely dismantling Dolph Ziggler here. Never mind that shit, here comes Mongo. Sonic, probably.
And another big hit with the axe handle.
Alright, chat, well, you know... I have the unholy union.
Devastating shot to the spine.
Hey!
Back.
Hey, guy! What's up?
Sheamus.
How you doing?
Oh, goodness.
You're gonna ask me some questions.
Sheamus.
I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Dude, it's the unholy matrimony.
Want to hear something?
What?
I'm Sonic. Tails and Amy. Tails, Sonic Team. Eggman Empire.
Now go ahead. What?
Just leave it to me.
No, that's not what I'm here to do. I got 3 things I want to talk about.
Okay. No problem. You know, what can I say?
Hold on.
Do you know who I am?
What? I said face to face. I said the man I saw backstage tonight.
Wow. I'm impressed.
What? Now go ahead.
Now I know what's going on.
What?
I need to like find some, dude.
You can't get away this time.
Tonight, 3. 3.
Dude, imagine. I'm sorry, but like, what kind of psychopath do you need to be to put on a fucking soundboard like this?
Into the tie-up.
Just give me 3 minutes to bring it on.
Do you understand me?
Come and get some, Eggman.
Talk about the man I saw backstage tonight. I said the man I saw backstage tonight.
Eggman.
And the boot connects.
What? No, that's not what I'm here to do. Do you understand me?
No.
Do you understand me?
No.
I like the second option better.
I said that man's name was, talk about the man I saw backstage tonight. I said that man's name was Triple H. He almost had to quit. He almost had his career ended. Do you understand me?
No. Never mind that. I gotta get out of here. I'm out of here. Later. Take care.
And that's the bottom line, cause Stone Cold said so.
Okay. This right here's the greatest thing ever. It is the unholy union between Sonic the Hedgehog and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Dude, I've been waiting for one of these. I've been waiting for one of these idiots to put each other through a table here for like what has to be 20 minutes. Just do it. Do it, you fucking idiots.
He's in big trouble.
This is the greatest thing since the Immortal Clusterfuck. Dude, why was it like fake Stone Cold and Sonic the Hedgehog in the Immortal Clusterfuck? That would have been incredible.
A vicious elbow drop delivered with a lot of force.
Seemingly Sheamus's pectoral bruises have healed. Dude, is the IC Championship going to continue to evade him? I think it is. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends right here. Yep. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. No way! He got it! In 2011, he got it!
His opponent's in no shape to stop him now.
Dude! He got the IC title! In 2011! We have a new Intercontinental Champion, and it is Sheamus. Holy shit. What a win. Well, he got it.
Here is your winner, and the new Intercontinental Champion, the Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
Oh my gosh, new champion! And will things in the WWE ever be the same again?
Wow. This is the great... Dude, and Sheamus wins the IC belt? Fuck yeah. Relish in it, bud. This will go down in history. You know, I realized that at this point they kind of saw him rather at this point, I realized they kind of saw him as, like, being above, you know, like, the secondary titles. But, you know, probably would have been okay to see. Anyways, let's fucking do this. We are, sorry, we are now officially halfway through this show here, y'all, and I think it's about time that we run another commercial comp for all of y'all. I want to try and make this Divas Championship match here some sort of gimmick match. Commercials, baby! New champion, Sheamus, has won the Intercontinental Championship in a very heel-dominated title scene, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I'm actually gonna change that real fast, because personally, I think that Evan Bourne should be on SmackDown. So we're gonna move him over there. Specifically because in Ray's story, they position him as already being on SmackDown anyways. So fuck it, we're just gonna bring him over there. Plus, it kind of helps to plump out the mid-card title scene a little bit. So, anyways, commercials, and then we'll be back with the second half of our show here. See y'all in a few. Thank you very much for fucking
It's break
hanging
time.
around with me during
Where are
that.
the Cheetos, my dudes?
You're about to be mesmerized.
Oh
It's
god,
here.
this again.
It's wild. It's sweeping the nation. It's Fushigi!
Fushigi, like, I don't know what it is, but it's the coolest thing ever, and I can do it.
Hi, I'm Tim Goey, and this is Fushigi. We're gonna show you how to unlock the secrets of Fushigi, the magic gravity ball. No strings, no tricks. Magic? Maybe. An illusion? You decide. You can make Fushigi defy gravity and appear to float in midair with maneuvers like the prayer cross, the enigma, levitation, and so many more. It floats, it levitates, it will confuse the senses with its mind-blowing movements. Young or old, big or small, anyone can Fushigi from the minute they pick up the magic gravity ball. And with a little practice, you can conquer Fushigi.
This is so amusing.
I think it's fabulous.
I get it now.
Everyone loves Fushigi, and you don't have to be a magician. It's relaxing, even therapeutic. Best of all, it's just amazing. It floats.
It's awesome. Fushigi.
From basic maneuvers to the advanced, even control more than one Fushigi at a time. You can do this. Mystify, amaze, and confuse your friends in just minutes. Now it's your turn to master Fushigi.
Fushigi.
It's sick. It's so much fun. I love it.
It's amazing.
I love it.
Me too.
My grandson, he's 16, he would love one of those. I want to buy it now.
Fushigi. Call now to order Fushigi, the magic gravity ball, for only $19.99. And when you order, we'll send you a free DVD that will teach you everything you need to know to unlock the secrets of Fushigi. Just pay processing. Call now.
I'm not gonna lie, chat, you gave me a lot of sauce tonight. Thank you very much for unlocking new autisms.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back. We're back up here. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. There we are. Alright, cool. So, chat, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I kind of want to do the Chavo and Jericho match next. So we're gonna do that instead of what we were doing before, which is the women's, right? Which is the you know, the Divas title match. Not to like, you know, be that guy, but listen, Chavo's been on its hair. I think that tonight is the night that we fucking do this. Okay? No, but I can't. No! I can't friggin' set. I can't set the title matches as like. Rather, I can't set like the main titles, you know, myself. Like, I cannot make, you know, title matches for the main championships. I can only do it for the ones that are not in the rankings. So, whatever. We'll go ahead and watch the Divas triple threat. There we are. There we are. And there we are. Cool. Fantastic. We're doing this now. Alright, how are we all doing tonight, chat? Are we having a good time at least? Hopefully we're all having a good time here. Otherwise... God, the women's roster was so limited here. Dude. It really was.
Is for the Divas Championship.
Tonight, 3.
Introducing first.
I am doing much better now. Good. Good. I'm very, very happy to hear that. Because I accidentally closed my window during the ad. I had to do the whole ad break again. LMAO. Aw, dude. That's so sick. Watching ads?
No, that's not what I'm here to do. Are you having a good day?
Stone Cold just wants to know if you're having a good day, chat.
How you doing? How you doing? Are you having a good day? To look that man right in the eye, face to face. Are you having a good day?
He's just like really aggressively like friggin' optimistic. Yeah, this right here is... I mean, this roster right here is dire. I'm alright, eating some leftover meatloaf and waiting to see if someone has sent an offer for something will get back to me.
Introducing the challenger.
Nice.
From Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Maurice.
Alright, cool. No way.
And introducing the challenger.
Josh Barnett's Bloodsport competitor, Natalia. That's insane, chat. What kind of pull does the Fed have in 2010, 2011? It's insane.
Oh boy, look at the goal. This should be an outstanding match.
I feel like Melina and Natalia could probably do something here. Maurice, not so much. But that was really never true of her, so...
Here we go.
So the fact that she's in this match is a little surprising. Especially after they had a #1 contenders match. Like, I literally thought that the purpose of the #1 contenders match was so that one of these two challengers would be eliminated. But they both just end up being in the match anyways.
Again, the Diva Championship on the line.
But no, leftover meatloaf is probably better than fresh meatloaf sometimes. It's like chili. Chili actually gets better the more you let it, like, sit. Oh my god! I'll tell you what, Molina's thinking, why did I fucking take out the referee?
Avenge that loss and make everybody forget what happened.
Okay, well, never mind. The ref is fine again.
She was a redhead. No hair, just a redhead.
Okay. So I accidentally closed the window. I'm doing much better now. I'm glad to hear that. And then there was a ref bomb.
Stone Cold Steve Austin tonight. Three.
All right, hold on.
Yow! The head bending on a weird angle.
She's teetering.
Here, let me get some fucking music for all of you.
This diva reminds me of my last girlfriend. She was a redhead. No hair, just a redhead.
There you go. That's better.
Gets shot with the elbow. The kick connects.
Let me get water real fast.
Just a fantastic suplex.
But no, the women's roster was very thin here. I can't help but feel like there were more in the actual company at this point, but maybe there weren't. Because this was like peak, just like, you know, women's wrestling doesn't matter, so.
Again, the championship title at stake in this contest.
I will say that the majority of this match has been kind of what I was expecting, which is Melina and Natalya, like, mixing it up. Maurice has, for the most part, not really been a factor here.
Big kick,
which I'm not going to complain about. That is absolutely okay.
That was amazing. Oh, there it is.
That right there is absolutely fine.
Uh-oh, the quick kick. Molina has the headlock. Skull rattle.
Wow, what a head scissor.
And it's very funny to have it like this when in the last game we literally had a road to WrestleMania that was, you know, that was centering around one of the women. So I don't know. It's just a little weird.
Attack right to the back. What a nasty elbow.
No, I kind of have a feeling this one's going to go on for a little bit, just because, you know, just by the nature of what we're dealing with here.
And a jaw-jacking punch. A sharp kick.
So if anything, I'll go ahead and ask you guys this. Have you ever been scoped before? Scoped meaning like, oh, like a speech therapist or like a doctor or something.
She tosses her opponent over the top rope.
It takes like a little camera on a stick. It puts it up your nose to see how like good your vocal cords are. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, never mind. Because I had the camera stuck up my nose, right? It was like a rod shape, right? And it was very, very awkward and very weird.
Champion, Melina.
It literally made me tear up while it was happening. Alright, cool. Melina retains the Divas title. Was kind of expecting that, but alright. Alright, wait. Hold on. Music, because that's gonna get me clean to shit. No, I don't need to save that. I'm saving that. Rather, I'm saving our very first save for this match. Can't remember if I've ever been scoped before or not. It's like uncomfortable, painful, but also like not really all that painful at the same time. It's a really weird experience. But like I volunteered for it because, you know, my coworkers needed like, you know, more, you know, like I'm a data to glean. And I volunteered and I was just like, dude, I can only do one of these. I can only do one because that shit was painful. It was not very pleasant. I would just say it was like just kind of more unpleasant than anything else. But you know what? I always knew that my vocal cords were healthy, and now I have the proof for it. So there you go. Alright. Anyways, Extreme Rules. Undertaker takes on Jack Swagger in Extreme Rules match for the World Heavyweight Championship. Wait, hold on. Why is the challenger entering first? This is not usually how it goes in this game. I know the dentist used to shove a thing like that in my mouth to check for cavities. Oh, okay, never mind. It's all right.
An Extreme Rules match, and is for the World Heavyweight Championship. And introducing the challenger from Death Valley, weighing 299 pounds.
Come on, Undertaker.
The Undertaker.
And even in this game, Justin Roberts is great. Just shove a thing like that in my mouth to check for cavities. Yeah, but imagine, like, it going down your nose and, like, into around where your vocal cords are. I know what the inside of me looks like now, chat. And it is healthy, at least. if not a little bit disturbing. Oh, no. No! No! Jack Swagger! Damn you, Jack! Damn you! Damn you, Jack Swagger!
What a sneaky attack!
God damn it, dude. We're never gonna get this belt off of him, are we?
And the Extreme Rules match is underway. Anything and everything will be legal in this one.
You know, unless he just pins him right here.
A huge gut-wrench powerbomb by Swagger. Look at this.
1, 2,
3.
Ah! Ah! You're kidding me! Dude, you're kidding me! Tables match went overtime.
100%.
I guess so, brother.
Before the match started.
Yeah, I think that's
He retained the belt here.
World Heavyweight Champion, the All-American.
Dude, my night's ruined, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Swagger.
King, if that happens Sunday, we're going to have a new champion.
It happened it's Sunday, Michael! It's Sunday, man! We don't have a new champion. We have the same champion. Taker wouldn't lose to that, though. But, like, I don't want to restart it. Like, should I restart it? I don't think we should. I don't think we should restart that. I think that we just let it be what it is. You know? Fuck Swagger. Okay, no. Absolutely not. We're keeping that shit. It is what it is, and we just have to accept it. Dude. Jack Swagger's the final boss of this fucking game. He has been dominant against all comers in this game. It's actually impressive. We'll get him next time, yeah. Damn you, Jack Swagger. Damn you to hell. If not, he's fired again. Yeah, yes, dude. I fucking fired his ass just for the sake of not having him in this game. But evidently that did nothing. Also, Batista vacated his fucking WCW championship here to get a shot at Cena. Dude, I'm actually so upset. But no, part of the thing about Universe is that we just let it fucking roll. You know? We got a couple of good results here tonight. We got MVP winning over Mark Henry. I guess Melina, you know, retaining the Divas title. come on, based Batista. Dude, if Batista wins this, I'll be very happy. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Alright, Batista takes on John Cena here in the main event for the WWE Championship. And I'm gonna do a little something here, just to maybe make the match a little better. I'm going to make the momentum slow, okay? So there we go. Cool. Wait, hold on. What kind of weapons can I have here? A guitar? Ah, dude, that's awesome. I'm doing that.
Hello, Mario.
Hi there, Devin. How are you? Alright, cool. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. It is the main event time. Live on Dynamite. It is John Cena taking on Bautista in Extreme Rules match. So, god damn it, chat. I need to remember to mute the music when we freaking go back to the menu.
The following contest is an Extreme Rules match.
Come on, Batista.
WWE Championship. Approaching the ring, the WWE Champion, John Cena.
Pretty impressive for friggin' Justin Roberts to project his voice like that. Man.
Are you having a good day?
I am not. You shut up. I am not having a good day today. No way. Are we gonna get the same thing? Dude, are we gonna get the same damn thing? Man, this tables match really went overtime, huh?
Wait a second. What's going on here?
Dude, are we gonna get the same fucking thing? Just like copy and paste it for like both world titles? Please, that would be so funny.
We'll do it Extreme Rules, but I can guarantee we're about to find out.
That would be so funny. Please. Please. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. He's got 3 Batista bombs stored up, dude.
King, what must he be thinking now?
Well, last week when these two squared off, he got the win. With momentum on his side, I'd have to say he's pretty confident.
No, his freaking Batista bombs are gone now. Okay, well, we might actually have a match here. Unless Batista wants to play with his food.
I think it's safe to say, King, that he's not at 100% after that brutal assault before the match started.
Yeah, I think that's safe.
Hold on.
Again, this is a no disqualification match. Anything goes.
Well, I think that's the test here.
Dude, is he about to freaking
Get struck with that object.
squash Johnny Boy over here?
When your strikes are as dangerous as his, you need to make him a factor. Right now he hasn't.
And the knuckles connect. Cena
Hold
controlling
on.
the head.
Knocked into the middle of next week. Oh, ow!
Come on, base Batista.
That'll cause some damage.
Just got back from a drive. Nice. Where'd she go?
Oh, man. What impact from that suplex?
I'm trying not to go and get takeout after this. I have food here, you know? Like, I have food here. I don't need to go out and get things. At this point, if I do, it is a skill issue on my part. It is a certified skill issue on my part if I go out and get food. What the?
WWE fans love him or what?
Okay, cool. Wait, is that... Hold on. Is that just something he can do?
Under the ring, and all of them hurt. He's grabbed a trash can.
Ooh! Left himself open to John Cena. How's he gonna drive his Corvette? Well, he'll just have to get a chauffeur, brother. You know how these things work. Oh, okay, and now we're doing limb work here on the outside. Great. If you are a heel, you can take signs and rip them. Oh, that's so good. That's really, really cool. And that'll get you heat.
Ooh. There's another great kick.
Watch it.
Okay, cool. Oh no. Dude, Dude, he has the Prop Championship. Is John Cena a card guy? I didn't know.
Whether you cheer him or Batista.
Oh, Batista with the crimson mask.
That was vicious. He's just brutalizing.
Dude, if fucking Batista wins this after that, I'm gonna pop big time. If fucking Batista wins after being busted open, that would be hype as fuck. The beast has been unleashed here at Extreme Rules. Maybe.
Now back under the ring, looking for another object.
No way. Tables. He is. He has a ton of awesome cars. I mean, he probably has the money for it now, so.
Feared man in the WWE. Oh my, get the medics down here.
Dude, it's an Extreme Rules match. We don't need medics. It's fine.
A lot of guts and resilience shown here by Batista. I just can't believe he's had it taken to him like this tonight.
Dude, honestly, I can't believe it either. Is this right here the double turn?
John Cena, the 2009 Superstar of the Year, and he would trade that rare honor away in a heartbeat for the WWE Championship.
And the Crunch has entered the match.
Cena also got in trouble for reselling an expensive car. Melissa, can he give some of that money that he got from reselling cars to me?
He exits the ring.
Because I could use it, honestly. I would like it quite a bit. No way, dude, is that it?
1, 2, 3.
What is with these matches, dude?
Is the new champion.
We've had like no finishers during these matches. Okay, cool. Well, Batista's the new WWE champion. Why is everything in this so anticlimactic? It's either we're rushing to a finish or there's no finish. Wow. Okay. John Cena, the transitional champion from MVP to Batista. Well, he did it, chat. I'm hitting the machine gun thing. Dude, so am I. Bloodied Batista. Wait, what? What's he doing?
What's he doing?
No way. He's not done.
Don't do this.
Injure him. John Cena has been compromised to a permanent end, chat. You love to see it? Question mark. Good God Almighty, he might be dead. Dude, just like that, John Cena has been taken out of the equation. On the same night that MVP got his first win in what feels like forever, John Cena has been taken out of the picture, of the WWE title picture, perhaps for good. You never know. I would love to save that, dude. A GT's not a car you can go out and buy. You have to apply to for it to get one, and it's not a guarantee you'll get one. Dude. Extremely awesome here. Yeah, I think that Jack Swagger and Undertaker are going to be feuding for the next bit. This is because we took Chavo off the card. I mean, listen, dude. We gotta send the fans home happy somehow. And what better way to do that than this? Aw, chat. I feel like that we need to fucking watch at least this. Okay? I feel like we need to watch this Raw first. I want to enter the arena in a rusty old truck. Why? My question is why? So I've got one more match in me, chat. I want to see the continued redemption of MVP here. And this is how we're doing it. And this right here is how we're doing it. To a country song about driving trucks and driving beers and kissing fish, perhaps. I feel like that has to be a part of it. You know? Alright, cool. Because rusty old trucks are awesome. A 55 Ford pickup is pure Americana. 55? Ain't no way, bro. Big old dad energy over here. Oh, radio.
The following contest is scheduled for...
Alright, night after Extreme Rules.
From Long Island, New York.
I don't know, if I have like a beat up truck,
Zack Ryder.
I don't hate this terrible theme. This theme? What do you mean? I'd show up in a rusty ass truck with a truck bed full of weapons. You know what? That right there is when I would pop hard, you know? And then the truck would play into the match in some fashion. Not like running someone over, but like scraping someone, or like scraping someone's face along the rusty metal.
And his opponent
I
from
think,
Miami, Florida, weighing
I think that would be awesome. I like the O Radio Rider theme. I do too!
otherwise known as Ed V.
Also, how's the audio chat? Are we still good? We still good or not?
We welcome you live to cable television's most watched show. This is Monday Night Raw. Last night at Extreme Rules, we saw so many emotional victories, King. And now the emotion spills over into this match.
You said it, Michael.
Absolutely. You know what? That's a great call by Michael, because MVP won his first match in ages last night, and he's looking to make that into a streak.
I can't believe this is a no disqualification match.
I'm not paying the rental on a rolls. I mean, like, listen, man. If you're the one that's like fucking, if you're the one that's pitching the idea and you're not a top star, you better be ready to finance that shit.
And all of it can inflict a lot of damage on an opponent.
Racer's edge into the back of the truck with a barbed wire bed or something like that. Dude, that'd be sick as fuck.
He's got him. MVP.
I mean, like, the rusty old truck, like, that would be the weapon, you know? Like, imagine the lacerations.
MVP.
That's awesome.
And he hits the drop kick. What impact.
What if Tony or Trips force it on me then? Well then, you know, I guess wish granted. You finally got the gimmick that you wanted.
You know, this young man, Zack Ryder, is in phenomenal condition. It looks like he
There you
hasn't
go.
been carved since 2006.
Oh, nice. Sat on him with the chair, chat. Usually you have to pay someone for that. And now we're continuing the offense onto Zack Ryder again, but this time on the back.
Counter one of those moves, and if that happens, he's right back in it.
Dude, is he about to, like, just fucking squash Zack Ryder here? I'm pretty sure he's about to squash Zack Ryder here. Dude, let's go Ryder chance in 2010, 11? Crazy. I mean, like, in 2011 it's not that crazy, but in 2010 it kind of is, so. But no, like, one thing that we talked about during the watch-alongs is wrestling entrance music. Specifically, what would we come out to? And you know, watching GCW The Collective showed me that if you're a GCW, you can just come out to whatever the fuck you want, really. Like,
Well, I think that's about to be put
like
to
Matt
the test.
Tremont, who's like a big deathmatch guy. He literally comes out to, what? The WWE champion? Dude, what's Batista doing out here?
I got a feeling, Michael, that somebody's going to get hurt and get hurt badly in this one.
Like, none of these guys are even close to the WWE title. What's he doing out here?
This match can't continue like this for Zack Ryder.
And more importantly, who's he gunning for? Wait, no way. Is he gunning for Batista? Dude, no! He's gunning for MVP with the Batista bomb. Wow.
About this superstar, Zack
Dude, no way. No way.
Hey, he's
wait.
That will be received loud and
Huh?
clear.
Wait, no. And Zack Ryder. What? And Zack Ryder reversed the Batista bomb. The new main event they can have. Oh, yo. Okay, and fucking Batista was scared by Zack Ryder, and now he's running away. Okay, so what we learned from that is MVP is now being targeted by Batista.
Ryder kicked out.
And Zack Ryder was also going to be targeted.
Is MVP. I mean, he's half man and half amazing.
And that implement connects again.
But, you know, Zack Ryder reversed the Batista bomb, and now Batista wants no part. And now Batista wants no part of him.
His shoulders are down.
So Batista wants a piece of MVP, and he showed as much by Batista bombing him on the outside. And Batista was going to make a statement by also giving Zack Ryder a Batista bomb, but Zack Ryder reversed it, and so now Batista's scared of him, and he ran away. Especially with Mark Henry and Zack Henry's corner. No, you're right. I need to fucking remember that I renamed this guy Zack Henry. That's his that's Mark Henry's brother's son, right there.
Tested throughout his life is not going to back down here.
Not much the official can do right now. This is a no disqualification match.
Dude, what a main event scene here that we have. We have Zack Ryder, MVP, and Batista in the main event here now.
And he hits the impact.
Damn. All right, MVP, you need to fucking make something happen. You need to make something happen here, dude. What? Dude, why is Zack Ryder, like, just blowing himself up in the ring right now?
Before that no one truly knows what Zack Ryder is capable of.
Well, right now he's showing me a lot of what he's able to do.
Not another chair shot.
Yeah, like chair shots and other shots of the nature. MVP, please. You won last night. I need you to please fucking do this. Or we go the modern wrestling route and pay this off in about 12 to 18 business months. Yes.
Did you see that? Wow.
Cover here.
1, 2.
And a kick out by
Dude, a kick out by MVP!
He's putting those educated feet to good use.
Dude, this match is heat. What?
Zack Ryder, brash, cocky.
And
I'll tell you, King, he has a serious mean streak.
Well, in my opinion, the meanest thing about Ryder is that outfit. I mean, that's just painful to look at.
MVP, you have a chance to turn this around, buddy. You need to fucking do something. Something. Anything.
DDT just driving the skull into the ground.
You need to do something. Anything.
He's looking to put his opponent away.
We're right here.
Zack attack.
Absolutely shit finisher. I mean, between MVP and Zack Ryder, you really have a battle of the shitty finishers.
Zack Ryder wins.
Come on, MVP, you gotta hurt people. Dude. I've lost faith, honestly. He defeated Mark Henry at the pay-per-view, but now he's right back to his losing ways. Where's a breath strip? Where's a breathe right strip on his nose? It's supposed to make him look more athletic, brother.
Here is your winner, Zack Ryder.
So, do we have something coming up here or no? Cody. Oh, Cody also did that? Yeah, I would be upset about that too, buddy. I'm sorry. That there is visual storytelling if I've ever seen it. No, the mustache. Oh. Sure, yeah. Because, like, his fucking grooming was, like, part of his... It was part of his whole, like, aesthetic for a second there. Dude. Okay, well that fucking sucks. Like, like he literally just comes out. Like, Batista just, like, comes out and makes it known that he's not fucking with, like, MVP or Zack Ryder. I'll tell you what, if he's supposed to be half man and half amazing, he's not doing a really good job at showing me that right now. So, I feel like he's got to pick up the pace a little bit. I mean, smells like a feud to me, brother. a feud between Batista and MVP. Fuck yeah. I would love that. Also, it's Edge and Batista at the next pay-per-view. That's awesome. That's awesome. What is this tag team here? MVP and R-Truth versus Tyson Kidd and David Hart Smith. Like, what is this? At least after this Edge Cena payoff. Well, I feel like I know what Raw looks like for next week, honestly. Between MVP being defeated by goddamn Zack Ryder and Batista's next target being set in stone. What? Chat, look at this. Chavo Guerrero is number 4 in the WWE title picture. Are you kidding me? Chat, I feel like that we know the next course of action here. I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like we know the next course of action. It's gotta be. Incredible. Dude, I would love that more than anything, honestly. Here. Okay, so we have the Bash at the end of the month. Like every pay-per-view in this game is at the end of the month. I can't wait to hear how well you learn the soundboards by next stream. Dude, I'm gonna be doing some homework on this shit. I have until Thursday to figure it out. So just you wait. Just you wait, brother. I got some goofy shit in mind, but for now, I think we've had a very successful night, chat. We've had a very successful night. This has been very fun. Thank you for joining me for Extreme Rules. If you've not done so already, I would really appreciate a follow. Maybe join in the Discord as well for semi-weekly watch-alongs, because that's just how frequent wrestling is these days. I'm on socials as well, right there. You can find me on all of these things. I'm on TikTok, I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on YouTube, 2 times over, in fact. Come and find me on those things. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go and find someone for us to raid, chat. Hold on just a second. I want to try and, like, do someone that we've not really raided into for at least a while. Oh, I have one. I have one right here for y'all. I haven't really checked in on this guy in a little bit, but I would like to maybe do it tonight. This right here is Awesome Possum. They're one of my furry acquaintances in VTubing. I would like for y'all to share some Long Boy Club love with them. Thank you all very much. I will be back on Thursday for for the finale of Backyard Baseball 2001. I fucking mean it this time. We are at the World Series against the Detroit Tigers. We're currently up by 1. It is 1-0 in the World Series. Can we make it a clean sweep, or will the Tigers give us more than what we thought we were going to get? We'll see when we get over there, but until then, I will see you all next time. Have a good rest of your week, everyone. I will see you soon.